sure your chat's to multi-stream.
All right, I'll talk to you soon. Thanks. Love you. Hello, 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 hello. How's everybody doing today? It is nice to see ya. Do you hear me? Just getting started at work for the day. All right, sweet. Well, we've got some important stuff coming out tomorrow. We have some really important stuff. Let me I did some pretty hardcore work last night. Let's see here. Want these grouped by tag. Type in tag. All right, what's up, everybody? Good to see you today. Light Widow's here. Brody is here. Got Scott in the house. Samuel is here. Says, yo, Jake and what's up? Nice to see you. 9 p.m. for you. Oh, wow. Day off of work. What's going on? Value Town is here. Nice to see all of you. Pinch hit hero. Nice to see you all today. Oh man, we have a big announcement tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. RJT, nice to see you. Headhunter Racing, nice to see you as well. Hope everybody, wow, we might actually hit 4,000 subscribers on the little stream here. My hair is looking weird. Got to fix that just a little bit. Oh man, how are our sound settings today? Looking cracking today, dude. Any different background or location? Like, you mean like from here? From where we live? From where I live? I don't know if that's what you mean, but if it is what you mean, no, we can't change the location. I'm sorry. Maybe at some point what we can do is we can go out in the field or something like that. Count, nice to see you as well. How are you, Finn? Good day to you. Released a what I'm buying video earlier today. I talked a lot about some of the cards that I bought before this ban. Adam, no, we cannot change the background. I mean, I could put up a green screen and then maybe what we do is we put like a beach behind me or something like that. I don't know. We'll try to figure it out. How's the sound levels? Let me know if the sound is weird. Turn one hippie, nice to see you. You can go over here really quick. I'm gonna pull up live. Got 41 people watching today, man. This is what's up. The stream has just started. And here we are. Count says I'm a dirty secret layer buyer and sitter as well. I know, man. I got called. Oh gosh. Here's the thing. If you buy something in Magic the Gathering and you hold it, people hate you for that. They do not like it at all. Let me start that over, because I want to record this, because I'm going to turn it into a short. In Magic the Gathering, if you buy something and you hold on to it, you are a terrible person. Everybody knows it. They let you know it. I got yelled at for buying extra SpongeBobs. I got yelled at for buying extra Deadpools. They make it to where you can buy this stuff, and they allow you to buy in quantities. I did not pick those rules. So I bought extras, and that has turned me into a dirty, rotten scalper. Even though all day you could buy Deadpool, all day you could buy SpongeBob. It does not matter. What matters is that you bought more than one, and people hate you for that. They hate you for it. It makes you a terrible, 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 terrible person. And I want all of you to take it to heart, because yeah, man, they allow you to buy this stuff, and oh my goodness gracious. MTG Gaming Bob says, seems I've fallen so far from grace that I don't warn even a hello anymore. What? Where were you? I don't see you up there yet. Well, that might have been because I switched over to multi-stream, and so I don't know, but hello, I love you. I'm sorry that I missed you there. Kirknall says, I have an obscene amount of secret layers going back to The Walking Dead. I'm a bad, bad man. I know. What did you do? What are you doing? Dirty, dirty buyers. Insane Goon says Deadpool non-foils will be for sale in local game store. Who I know, right? It's literally going to be there. You can do it. You can go there. Brad, nice to see ya. T-Dog, what's up? I want to give you guys a little bit of a little sneak peek of what I did. I got some really fun stuff that I did last night. Now, oh man, this took me a minute. But what I did on Moxfield was I went through the entire Commander ban list history, all of it. And this took me probably oh god, 3.5 or 4 hours. But here, let me go over here and I'm just going to show you. I want to show you what we're going to talk about today. I want to show you what we're talking about. So over here, I took every single thing that was ever banned in Commander. So for example, I bet you didn't know this, but the very first card ever banned in Commander was in 2002. This is 7 years before I started playing. I had no idea. Zach G is here. What's up? But Test of Endurance was banned. Now you can see it doesn't have a red exclamation point next to it, meaning it's not banned anymore. Then you had in 2003, a year later, they burned all the wishes and Ring of Maruf, and then Beacon of Immortality in 2004. Now later in 2004, they unbanned all the wishes and the ring. So I notated this. 2004, 10 obviously means October, because in order to get this right based on chronological order, I was at first putting in the month, but then I was like, wait a minute. The month is not going to work. I'm going to have to notate it with the number. So everything in here is chronological order. You have 2005 April. This is when all of the Power 9 and all of the anti cards get banned, along with some other random stuff like Chaos Orb, Bronze Tablet, or no, Bronze Tablet is anti. Stuff like Library of Alexandria, cards like this. So I went through. We're gonna go through this at some point in the stream, but this is really fun. This is gonna be something that I use as a reference, at a glance reference for videos, for shorts, all that kind of stuff. You can, if you want to, go follow on Martishius Magic. You can take a look at it, Commander ban list history. If you see anything pop up that looks exactly like this, just know that it was ganked from me. I know that you can copy anything over there on Moxfield, but I did do the work last night, and I went through and I made a really fun list here that we're going to go through. And then what we're going to do is we're going to talk about all of the cards that I think could be unbanned and all the cards that I think stand no chance in hell. No chance in hell that will be unbanned. This is one of my favorites before I go back to the live scene and we just talk with chat for a minute. Karavik. Karavik was banned at one point in 2006. 3 years before I started playing Commander, or before I started learning Magic the Gathering. I would have started playing around 2009 or 2010. But Karavik was banned in 2006 in February, and then in November, just months later, unbanned. So Heartless, Karavik, and Niv Mizzet the Firemind were all banned and then later on unbanned. Pretty wild. Yeah. Oh, you said earlier in the stream, unban everything. Yeah, so anyway, this is going to be a really fun one. Yeah, it would be wild if they unbanned everything. Could you imagine if they were to unban something like Upheaval? I think I have Upheaval over here. Where is it? I know it's in here somewhere. That would have been one of the early ones. They would have been like, yeah, Upheaval isn't going to work, folks. I think it's probably... Could you imagine being the person who goes in to play Commander and you're like, hey, Upheaval. Where did they do it? Where did they originally ban Upheaval? What year? I want to look at it now. Where is it? Because Upheaval is still banned. Would have had to be kind of, because these are all conspiracy cards. Why am I not seeing it? Oh, here it is. No, actually, they did ban it early. That makes sense. So they banned it in April of 2005. Upheaval was banned. Could you imagine if they didn't ban Upheaval? Return all permanents to their owner's hand? Like, oh my god. Joel said, my Library of Alexandria should be legal. I'm all for it, by the way. I don't think Joel has a Library of Alexandria. Pretty sure he does not. Yeah, end of 2005. Yeah, but this was... so I used... Shout out to MTG Wiki. That was my reference for all of this. But I wanted to build this exact list in Moxfield so that we could go through and look at all the cards at a glance. Talk about what was banned, what was unbanned. But yeah, we'll take a closer look at this later. How's everybody doing today, man? Got a fun day planned. I really hope Crypt and Dockside aren't unbanned just because I really don't want the violent D-bags from last year to believe they were right. Samuel. Yeah, that was a really wild time, man. That was a really wild time. A lot of people came out of the woodwork and voiced their opinion. I did not like the bans because I see those cards as working fine in competitive circles. But the thing that we have to keep in mind was that the people that are sitting down to simply have a oh, you know what? I forgot to take my meds. Give me just a second. And then I'm going to finish this thought. Well, I can finish the thought and then I'll go take my meds. So the people that are sitting down to get a pickup game at like a local game store at a convention, say you're like, I don't have anybody to play Commander with, and then you go to a convention and you like get a pickup game and everybody's like, so what's your power level? And then you sit down and all of a sudden, you know, like you're playing against like Mana Crypt, Dockside, Extortionist, and you're getting blown out. Versus having a pod where you play with people regularly and you could say to those people, hey, man, I'm sick of getting blown up by Mana Crypt. Can we maybe like remove Mana Crypt from our decks? And everybody's like, sure. Or like, man, you know, red always relying on Dockside Extortionist. Do you think that maybe we could cut that? Or now we have the bracket system. And so the bracket system puts us in this new kind of territory where I think CEDH, I've said this before, I think CEDH is a very fun format. I think it's a format that people should explore more. I think it makes you a better Magic the Gathering player. It teaches you a lot about priority, about timing, about the stack, about threat assessment, all of these different kinds of things. CEDH really helps. I think it makes you a well-rounded player. Whether or not you want to engage in that format, that it doesn't really matter. It's like you don't have to engage in that format. You can play casual Commander, you can play pre-con level, you can play, intermediate power, whatever you want to do. But I don't think CEDH having any sort of limits or restrictions, this is just my opinion. I think it's fine for that format to exist as it is. I played a game where it was a Zerta player, a Master of Keys. I was playing Tivit, and I forget what Scotty was on, but it was 2 Esper players, an Azorius player, and a a Boros player. And the whole point is like everybody gets their Rhystic Study or their Mystic Remora, and they just try to draw a ton of cards so that they have a handful of answers. You're constantly sitting on like, geez, like, I don't even know, freaking 14, 15 cards in your hand. And you know that at some point there's going to be this massive stack. And having all those cards and all these answers, you like start to look for opportune moments in the game where you can like push and try and win, or like what you can do to kind of thwart somebody else from winning. It's a really interesting way to play Magic. Now, I wouldn't want to play Magic like that all the time. Typically, I do not like blue. I do not really like white. I do not really like green. I think red and black are great colors and they're perfect, but everything else is just kind of like, meh, whatever. I don't really feel that way. I like all the colors in their own respect, except for blue. I think blue kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Turn One Hippie says, sorry, I meant he mentioned Library of Alexandria in general. I wrote my because I would like to play mine. Would be interesting to play it in something other than old school. Yes. Yes. Cadmus just subscribed. I appreciate you. Jank is here. What's up? Nice to see you, Clay. Clay says, agree 100%. Samuel Venom, nice to see you as well. We've got a bunch of mods in the house. We got Blight Widow out there. We got Jank out there. We got Brody. We got Venom. All the mods hanging out. Nice to see you. Blue is the best. Oh, Venom. Venom got here just in time to hear me talk crap about blue. Clay says, I've been the guy that gets blown out at an LGS, but I think the game changer list and the new rank system will help me find better games in the future. Yeah, here's the thing. Like if you go to the local game store, and this is something I don't do very often because I typically have a pod of people to play with. But if you go to the local game store and you pick up a game and everybody says, hey, you know, what are we playing? And someone misrepresents their deck. And now all of a sudden, you know, you think you were going to sit down and play like, I don't know, some threes or something like that. But now all of a sudden somebody's like storming off or going into infinite or something like that. It could leave you kind of like, man, what the hell? That was like a non-game or whatever. So being able to accurately represent a deck, and I don't know how they're going to be able to do this with the bracket system. I think it's kind of this thing that's going to be very difficult for them to navigate. Because I've already seen people build like very powerful ones, very powerful twos. You know, I play against my friend's Ketramos, and it's a 2, and the thing is just super gnarly. So I don't know. Jank says, Jake, if dockside doesn't get unbanned, you need to eat one of those docksides you bought. Oh god. Maybe I'll take a bite out of it, but I'm not going to swallow it. Techno Trout is here. Good to see you. Eddie says, I have to have 1 or 2 decks for any game. Or I try to have 1 or 2 decks for any game. All right, give me just a second. Let's get a quick chair stream going on here while I go take my meds. I will be right back. Brad says, I just want gifts ungiven unbanned. I feel like in CDH that card could do some serious shit. pinch hit hero. Indestructible commanders should be banned from the most casual levels. Could see that. God, could you imagine if they unbanned Braid's Cabal minion? That would be wild. Venom says 40 subs away from 4K. Can we hit that today? I would love it if we could. I would love it if we could. That'd be pretty tight. We have a lot of work to do, a lot of making up time. All right. Wow, we got a lot of folks watching today. Appreciate you all so much. Hold on 1 second here. Let's move this over. Got a bunch of folks over on Twitch watching. We appreciate you. You know what I really wish was still going on, man? I'm kind of bummed that it isn't. But I really wish that that event was still going on Arena, because I would love to go for the collector box. Do a little sealed, try to win a collector box. That would be sick. Queen Honey, hello. It's so nice to see ya. Techno says, I started as a very, very casual player back in 96, played for a few years, then life happened and I was out for quite a few years. When did you come back? Just a Capybara is here, says, hey everyone, what's up? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Are we doing foil quests on Wednesday? It depends on if the boxes come in. It depends on if the boxes are in. Jank, how bad does your Friday look if we had to do it Friday? Are you completely out on Friday, or is it the kind of thing where you could do it Friday, or is Friday typically a no-go for you? Count says, Jake, how do you feel about J-Lo? Did you buy any? I didn't buy any, but I have 3. I have two, well, I actually have 3 foil ones. One is framed, and then I have 2 that are, well, one that is signed. Jeez. I have one that's signed in like a rainbow signature. It's really cool. And then I have another one that is not framed. That is in a deck, or that would be in a deck if it wasn't banned. Extra combats should be talked about. Yeah, you know, anything that's like, for example, this is something that I've kind of noticed is I have a couple decks. Wait, we have 78 people watching and only 16 likes. We got to get to 69 likes. ASAP as possible. ASAP as possible, chat. Come on, let's get to 69 likes. Let's do it. Let's do it for the day. Let's get into the let's get into the algorithm here a little bit before I talk about this list that we got going on. All right, so Jank says, well, normally Friday is MTG at the local game store day, but I won't be doing that this week. Unfortunately, that's because I'm getting a root canal, LOL. So I don't know how great I'll feel after. Oh gosh. You got a root canal going on Friday. All right, well, here's the thing on Wednesday is that if Blight Widow, because Blight Widow will be available to like open packs and stuff and participate if we do it on Friday, but I don't want you to do that if we're not feeling well. However, boxes have not arrived yet. I do think boxes should arrive today, but I don't know. We could push foil quest to the following Wednesday, which would be, what day would that be? The 30th. We could do the 30th. If we don't do foil quest this Wednesday, we could do the 30th. And that could be good. We'll figure it out. I will message you about it and we'll touch base and see how you're feeling. But I want you to feel good. I want you to feel like, not like, oh God, I just got my tooth drilled and now I gotta freaking sit here and do foil quest. So yeah, we'll play it by ear, but it would be great to get another episode going. I'm already looking at sourcing a case. My mom was talking to me about, I want more boxes. She was like, I want to do more boxes. I want to try to find Liliana. My mom will probably show up at some point. Nice chat. We got to almost 40 likes, which means I think we can get to 69. I think we can push. So I set up this really fun list of cards that we're going to talk about. I've got all of the ban list history starting from 2002. Who would have guessed that the very first bans for Commander were in 2002? Isn't that insane? 2002 was when the first Commander bans were. I didn't start playing Magic until 2009, and Commander was not recognized as a sanctioned format until 2011. That's when the very first decks came out. Counterpunch, Heavily Inferno, Political Puppets. What were the other ones? Counterpunch, Heavily Inferno, Political Puppets, and... oh, I forget the names of the other ones. Chat will fill us in. Jenks says, tracking on the boxes I had sent are currently estimated Wednesday. I don't know how early in the day that would be, possibly not in time. Yeah, because my mail typically comes after the stream would start. If you are hanging out over on Twitch, we appreciate you so much. Angling Spider says, so close to 4K subs soon. I know, we are on the way. We are on the way. We're gonna get there. Likely today. It should happen. Mike Nice is here, says, what's up, hotties? What's up with you, hottie? How are you doing? All right, so I think what we could do, we got 86 people watching. I want to start the segment, but we need to be at 69 likes. We're at 45. Can we get to 69? If you're not logged in, what are you doing? And also, this is a big announcement as well. This is pretty sweet. We have officially monetized. It took 14 days, 2 weeks to go ahead and hit the 4,000 watch hours. So thank you all so much. We could not have done it without you. These streams, honestly, have been amazing for it. These streams played a big part in that. And just having people that migrated over from the old channel, that's what we call it now. We call it the old channel. People that came over from the old channel that helped build this community up. It actually means a lot. Well, we're waiting to be approved, but Blight Widow pulling us back down to earth. She's like, well, not yet. But yes, we technically have done it. Mercedes Martishius is here, says, oh my God, congratulations, son. Well, congratulations to the whole team. We had a big team behind it, so it means a lot. It was Heavily Inferno, Mirror Mastery, and Devour for Power. That's right. That's what it was. Angling says, congrats on the early success, just the beginning. Yeah, it means a lot. It means a lot. We are working our butt off over here to make it happen. Mom says, hi, my fans. Mom is here. Oh, Mom. Good to see you. Adam says, I still can't believe you and Joel got divorced. I know, and Joel got the kids. That's how it goes, man. That's how it goes. Mama Webby says, way to go. Nice to see you. Thank you for the continued support. I got the whole Webby clan over there supporting me. It means a lot. Old World Micmac says, hi, Mercedes. William, stoked to be part of the journey. Keep it rising, brother. I appreciate you. Yeah, we've got some pretty spicy comments. I have this one guy who just trolls every single video, and he's just there to be like, I hate you, essentially. That's the subtext. He's like, I hate your videos. And I'm like, thank you for the interaction. I appreciate it. I appreciate the interaction. It's like, I hate your video. I'll push it in the algorithm for you. That's essentially how it goes. Oh, we got 91 people. Okay, We're literally 17 likes away from starting the segment. We can hit 69 likes. I feel it. I feel it. Dylan says excited about the new channel. I appreciate it. We got out an old hit earlier today, which was what was it? What I'm buying. So a little what I'm buying. Over here, I really like to, I purchase Magic the Gathering cards a lot. I typically did that series over on the old channel. So bringing it over here, it means a lot to be able to just, you know, keep that series going. I showed off some of the cards I bought. We bought, well, I have them here. I'll go ahead and just show you before we start the segment. Hey, did we just get another subscriber? We appreciate it. All right. So just a few things that we bought. Oh, and we just got a patron. Kevin D pledged for $5. I appreciate you so much at that starter tier. I want to let everybody know this. This is something that I want to say. Now, 50 of these are already spoken for, but I do want to show you this really, really cool token. Well, we've got 100 people watching now. Holy cow, man. Holy cow. We're doing the thing. Yeah, let me go ahead and show you this really quick. This is a token. This is from the old channel. That channel is retired, or it has been transmorgified into Joel R. Magic, but this is a token, Jake and Joel R. Magic. This was done by Blight Widow. Blight Widow in chat, absolutely amazing, exceptional artist. She does this really cool black and white motif. Anybody who signs up at the $5 level or higher on Patreon is going to get one of these. Now, 48 of them, I believe, are already taken, and they are limited to the first 100 people. So these are going to be given out in addition to, if you sign up at the $10 level, I believe you get a signed card as well. And there are other rewards. You could check out the Patreon, but I just wanted to show these off. It's a really cool token. And you can see the back of it. It's retired. It's the retired Jake and Joel R. Magic token. But I didn't really know what to do with these. So I was like, you know, rather than just, you know, take them to a convention and give them out, I figured for anybody who was interested in any of these. Hey, Dino just pledged for 10 bucks. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, anybody who's interested in these, this is a good time to get them. There's still like about 50 of them that are going to be available that are going to go out to patrons. After that, I'm going to figure out where they're going to go, possibly giveaways, but they're limited. When they're gone, they're gone. The foil ones, I think I have 200 of them total. So I do think I might do something on Instagram that's like, hey, you know, give me this secret word or this secret kind of, you know, like a password or something like that. And then I'll give you one in Vegas. I will be in Vegas, and that will be a good time to do that. Could I have my token signed? Yes, just William, if you would. This is also a good time to tell patrons, make sure to update your addresses. Please go in there. If you are a patron, make sure to put your address in there. I would appreciate that. And yes, if you do want it signed, just send me a DM. You could send me a DM over Discord, or you could send me a DM over Patreon. I make sure to check all of that. And we'll be doing Patreon rewards. Yeah, you know what? I might just sign all of them. I imagine people might just want them signed. I could just do that. I don't know if people want them to be naked or signed, but you know, here's the thing is that Paige did the art on them. So I will leave it up to, you know, whoever wants it or whatever to decide if they want it signed or not. Yeah, Adam, if you're going to be in Vegas, I will get you one in Vegas. We will have a stack of them. And then when they're gone, they're gone. I'm going to give Paige a few of them. I'm going to keep a few myself, and then they're going to be gone after that. Jenk says, feels like some polls on what people expect want unbanned would be on theme. Yeah, let's get a poll going here. You know what? Let's start a poll with the first 3. So we'll get a poll going here. Hey, Gaming Spiders just pledged. I appreciate you. All right, here we go. Let's start a poll. Got all the patrons rolling in today. That feels good, man. Thank you all so much. That really means a lot. All right, let's start this poll going. Let's do, out of these 3, which is most likely to be unbanned. And we're going to do dockside, mana crypt, and then we are going to do J-Lo. So let's just start with this one today. And we are 2 likes away from starting the main segment here. Let's go ahead and start this poll. Let me know in that poll which one you think is the most likely to be unbanned. I see Golos. Golos would be good. 5'9", what's up? Good to see you. Turn One Hippie says, love the videos and content. I just usually fall off when you play car football game at the end. Just not my jam. Do you play any first-person shooter games? You know, I need to think about this because I have been thinking about the fact that sometimes we play Rocket League at the end of the stream. And when we do play Rocket League at the end of the stream, I can see how that could detract from viewers. It's just kind of how we wind down. Now, that could be a poll for later. Do you think it needs to be a separate channel, all on its own, like other gaming or something like that? We could possibly do that. But I also want to play like scary games. Like I want to play The Thing remastered. I used to play like a lot of Halo. I've played some Marvel Rivals, some of that kind of stuff. So I do like some first-person shooters, even though Marvel Rivals I know isn't a first-person shooter, but I do like that game. I want to see you play your mill deck more. Yeah, you know what? I'll get mill going. Count says, Jake, play Rivals with me. Okay, maybe we could get some Rivals going. Oh, wow. We've got 110 people watching on a Monday. We appreciate you so much. Looks like folks have a case of the Mondays. Oh, God. Giuseppe Mellon says, in my opinion, there's not a single shot dockside gets unbanned. Well, think about it from this perspective, right? You could have dockside get unbanned and then only be a game changer. Obviously, it would be a game changer, right? It 1,000,000% becomes a game changer. There's no way it doesn't become one. And then it goes like, what, bracket 5? Isn't that the highest bracket? Is the highest bracket 5 or 4? It would be bracket 5, right? And then it's just a CEDH card. A little Jake, you almost flunked high school over Halo. Well, no, thankfully my my GPA was so high that that semester I took off, you know, or that 9 weeks where I missed, I don't know, 80 blocks or something. 5. Yeah, so CEDH. It would just be a CEDH card, and I think that's fine. It could live there. I think it could live there. Do we know when the actual announcement is going to happen? I have heard reports of today as well as tomorrow. The Wilderness Wizard, it is going to be tomorrow. I don't know if anybody has already responded to you, but I will. You can go over here. Paige, are you able to link the stream? We are going to be reacting to it tomorrow. It's going to be 10 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. You're going to be able to watch it here, and it's also going to be on Twitch on Weekly MTG. You can watch the announcement happen. Let's see here. Reginomics says, I'm sure it's already been said, but I think personally that the unbans right now need to be agnostic of the bracket system. The system is too new, too untested, and any unbans will affect those not using them. I think that's a good take. We'll see what happens. I also want everybody to keep in mind, and I could say this now as the channel is unsponsored, keep in mind cards that were used to push premium sets. Stuff like Jeweled Lotus, for example. When you have a set like Jeweled Lotus or a card like Jeweled Lotus that helps push a Commander Master set and then you unban that card, that turns people off from wanting to buy those sets. So as much as you want those bans to be agnostic of the bracket system, you have to keep in mind that these bans are there's part of them that is, there's a financial aspect of it. And that doesn't come from me, that comes from Hasbro. So I think there is going to be a certain amount of it that comes, and this is just an opinion, this is not confirmed, but I think, you know, when you have marquee cards that get banned, that leaves a bad taste in people's mouths, especially when they're paying for expensive products. And this was kind of like my take when it first came out. I was like, you know, if I'm buying Commander Masters and then all of a sudden Jeweled Lotus gets banned, I'm like, hey man, what the hell? What happened there? Especially when it's a card that only exists for Commander. Pretty interesting. Oh God, Mom, you better stop. He skipped so many days of his senior year that he was in the honor roll, but his counselor called to tell us he might not graduate, and it all had to do with Halo. Yes, Halo 2, and I was finally doing online gaming with like good internet. Yeah, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. But you know what? I still graduated with honors. And you know what? My classes were weight training, AP English, senior play class, and pottery. So it's like, come on. Other than AP English, I didn't need to go to any of it. I still remember when I went into weight training and I had missed like 3 consecutive weeks, and Coach Herring, he goes, Martishius, I failed you weeks ago. You don't have to keep coming. And I was like, oh God. All right, let's move on from that. Rothrunder says, what's up, everyone? Nice to see you. Dino says, Mom, it was worth it. That's right. Kenneth says, it would suck if these things get banned, then unbanned almost right away. I don't know. I keep getting a feeling Primetime is going to be unbanned. I really don't think it should, but I feel like it will be. Could you imagine if they did Sylvan Primordial? I remember one of my friends used to just he would play Riku and he'd put a Deadeye Navigator on Sylvan Primordial and just blink it. It was the grossest, most degenerate shit. When that card got banned, I was thrilled. Just thrilled. Eddie says, Bracket 5 is like playing the best 20 decks against each other. Bracket 4 is like the strongest homebrew you got. Right, there we go. I feel that. I mean, Bracket 5 is just CEDH, right? Essentially. Venom says, weekly MTG stream tomorrow at 12 p.m. Central, 10 a.m. Pacific daytime. That's right. Jake, I'm worried, not sure dockside will get unbanned. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. I don't know. Could be. Paige, thank you for linking that stream. Everybody, if you want to click that link there, that is the stream that is going to be tomorrow. If you want to come get the live reaction here at Martishius Magic, make sure that you go click on that stream, hit like. I do see more folks coming in, getting some more subscribers here. We are 36 away from 4K. Would love to see it happen today. I'm going to get through these comments and then we're going to start up our main segment here. So everybody just hang tight. Go get yourself a beverage. I know over here we take our time getting into the stream. I like to communicate with chat. It's just something that I really enjoy. I like being able to actually talk with chat and have a good time. I think they're going to try to target what the rules committee excuse me, got criticized for, consistency. If they unban dockside, they'd have to unban Tolarian Academy, and they most likely aren't going to. Could you imagine if they unbanned Tolarian Academy? That card would go from what is that card right now? Let's go over to TCG Player. Let's see if it's gone. Oh yeah, okay. So Tolarian, in my opinion, 109, I'm seeing damaged, heavily played, moderately played, 125. I would guess that this card goes from like 125 to like 400 immediately. I would guess. If I had to guess. If they unbanned Tolarian Academy, it would immediately do stuff like Gaia's Cradle. Like, it would be comparable to that. I would have to guess. EK over on Twitch. Nice to see you. Thank you for being on Twitch. Says no changes to ban lists. Is that kind of where you're leaning? No changes? Dylan says, I think we should have different tiers of game changers. CEDH is a little stale right now, and I think having more gas would be good for CEDH specifically. Yeah, you know, it's like everybody tries to get their Ristic study and then just draw a ton of cards. I do think that, you know, bringing dockside into that, I don't know how negative it would be. I imagine that, you know, I don't see a lot of red in it, but I also don't play a ton of CEDH. I've started dabbling in it, but it is something that I do like, and it's something that I've enjoyed. But as somebody who doesn't play a ton of it, I'm not going to try to speak like I know a lot about CEDH. Who's hyped for the new Secret Lair EDH deck? I think it's getting released tomorrow. That's the speculation anyway. Venom says, I feel like it's possible a banned card today is in this deck that is being unbanned tomorrow, which is why the deck list hasn't been released yet. Oh, interesting. Interesting. That would be wild. Edward, the ban should absolutely be inclusive of the bracket system. If playing only 3 game changers in bracket 3 or any or all in 4 or 5, why shouldn't the Lotus be unbanned for those brackets? I feel like Lotus is a card that, being designed specifically for Commander, I feel like that card should be unbanned. It's kind of a bum, a bad top deck late in the game too. It's kind of like, all right, sweet, we drew an extra cast for our Commander, but it does nothing else, right? 5 subs away from 39.69. Halo is much more important. We've moved on from Halo. Oh god. I'm hoping for a wild card and seeing Gifts Ungiven get an unban. I mean, Gifts Ungiven, that kind of has like what's the one card? Intuition. It kind of does what Intuition does, right? Yeah. Search your library for any 3 cards. Yeah, it's kind of like Intuition. Almost like better, right? I see. Totally get the unwind with some gaming at the end. I do love the vibe, though. Trying to catch up here. Trying to catch up to chat. I own a Tolarian Academy. I would be scared of myself. Right. Exactly. Now EK is saying, hot take, I think you'd see an Intuition ban before Gifts Unban. Right. Right. Oh, man. When exactly is the announcement due? Dalfort, if you want to, you can, if you look at our live videos that are coming up, I'm going to be live tomorrow streaming the reaction to it, but it is going to be tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And it is going to be over on Twitch on the weekly MTG stream. They're going to be going over it. We're going to be streaming the entire event and giving our reaction at the end. I will show you some cards that I bought. They've already gone up in price. You're not even going to be surprised. But I bought a set of these guys. And then I also bought a set of these guys. And I bought a Mana Crypt foil. Just because I want to play it in the event that it does get unbanned. The docksides, all of the extended ones I got for 30 or less, or like around, no, like 35 or less, and all of the regular docksides I got for around probably 22 or less, I believe, after tax and shipping, and that was last month in March. But we'll see how they do. They have gone up in price, but we kind of expect that, right? Whenever we get this kind of like, this is what the MTG hive mind does. When news comes out, when speculation comes out, you have a lot of fervor where people are just kind of like, oh God, we got to do this. You know, we like navigate to the next thing. People go out, they buy cards in speculation. There's a chance that I get absolutely hosed on that, right? There's a chance that I end up being like, oh man, why'd I buy all those docksides? And then dockside just goes right back down to where it was. But there's part of me that thinks dockside was an important part of CEDH that gave red a lot of heat. And I feel like if dockside gets unbanned, it just immediately becomes a game changer or like a bracket 5 card. And I do think that dockside could be used in some lower power decks to actually give them a chance. The issue with dockside is most commander games become about dockside. Once dockside is introduced to the game, Everybody's trying to reanimate it. Everybody's trying to clone it. Everybody's trying to get all of that value because everybody has so many enchantments and artifacts that dockside is always a hit for everybody, right? So we'll see. Profit of crew fix would be a wild one. That would be a wild unbanning. All right, let's see what we got here. I want to see where this poll is at. We got 84 people have voted on this poll. 11% have said dockside as far as which is most likely to be unbanned. 11% dockside, 20% mana crypt, and 69% jeweled lotus. Jeweled lotus makes the most sense, right? It's a card that was designed for commander. MTG Gaming Bob says, oh, nice. Delfert says, thank you. Your preview is already queued for my sub selection. Thank you. That's awesome. That means a lot. MTG Gaming Bob says, ban islands, Tolarian Academy. Balance. Ban islands, unban Tolarian Academy. And there we go. We have some balance. I see where you're going with that. Burke says, they're not going to unban Jewel Lotus. They explained this on one of the streams. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I mean, tomorrow we're going to find out. All right, let's go in because we got 80 likes and I promised everybody that we would start the actual segment here. So I want to show you something that I worked on last night. Venom says, gotta run. Mom is making dinner. I can't say no to that. Have fun the rest of the stream. Venom, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for hanging out. We got 125 people watching here on a Monday. Thank you all for being here. It is really nice to have everybody here. And yeah, let's go ahead and talk. Let's go ahead and talk about this. So I set this up last night. This was something that I worked on. I went over to the MTG wiki and I ported over all that info like manually of the entire commander ban list history. So let's go through it together. Let's just go through this. Here we go. So I started playing Commander in 2009. I want you all to tell me when you started playing. I'd love to know when you started playing Commander. I started in 2009 and my very first deck was Wart. It was Wart, red-black Wart. It was a goblin deck. It was very, very, like by today's standards, very fair, very chill. I remember back then when I first started playing Commander, the big boogeyman was Zur the Enchanter. Zur the Enchanter is still good, but has become more fair. Zur the Enchanter, surprisingly, never on a ban list. I was expecting Zur to be on this when I was going through. I was like, surely they put Zur on here, or any of the cards that enabled Zur in a big way. And no, I was very surprised. Yeah, Crucible of Worlds was banned at one point. There are some crazy cards on here that you would not expect to have been banned. So I'm going to talk about how this list works. Okay, I want people to understand how this list works. You got the year here and then the month. And that's going to keep it chronological. Obviously, if anything on here has a red exclamation point, that means that the card is not legal in Commander, which means that it's still banned to this day. Bo, nice to see you. Elijah Breslin, I appreciate you so much for pledging at the I really like it level. Anybody who joins Patreon, these are limited to the first 100 people that join Patreon, is going to get one of these tokens that were designed by Blight Widow. It is a treasure token. It is foil. It is retired from the old channel. Jake and Joel are magic. Jake and Joel is no more. We will never have another token. We may appear in videos together, but we will never work together again. And so, yeah, if you want to get this token, this was something that was designed for us. It was something that didn't show up in Chicago. But yeah, anybody that joins Patreon at any level is going to get one of these. So it needs to be at the $5 tier or higher. You'll get one of these in addition to all the other perks that come at those levels. Now, let's continue. Wait, hold on. We got chat. It's impossible for me to ignore chat. I feel like if I ignore chat, I'm betraying chat. So, Turn One Hippie says, I didn't see much of a problem with Mana Crypt either. Been in a game since the 90s. It can make some games faster, but don't see it as a negative. It also hurts you, right? It hurts you a little bit. It's mostly a CEDH card. I feel like when you play a Mana Crypt in a casual game of Commander, it's just like playing a turn 1 Soul Ring. All it does is paint a big target on your face. And sure, you get some stuff out earlier, but you get targeted down. They control you. Burke says they were mentioning that Jeweled Lotus will be another Soul Ring, which you put in every deck, and they don't want to accumulate those type of cards. Yeah, especially when you have stuff like Mox Jasper coming out, right? If we want to be able to be like Mox Merfolk, Mox Goblin, you know, Mox Beast, Mox Dragon. If you want to make Moxes for everything, you kind of have to be like, okay, we have to get rid of some of these cards that homogenize a lot of decks. Angling Spider says, sad to say, but I played before it was officially recognized around 1997. Brendan says, late 2021, Neon Dynasty was your first set release. Okay, cool. So newer to the game. The Wilderness Wizard says, I just shed a tear. RIP. No, but we're on to bigger and better things. We are on to bigger and better things. So, this is pretty wild, but you wouldn't guess it. But the very first card ever banned in Commander was in 2002. I had no idea that Commander was even a thing in 2002. But I mean, it makes sense. People had all these old cards. They weren't doing anything with them. And they were like, what if we make 100 card decks? And we just, you know, use all this stuff that we don't play with. It was originally called Elder Dragon Highlander because people were playing with like those old dragons like Nicol Bolas and Chromium and all that stuff that came out of Legends. These big, bulky dragons that otherwise never got to be played because they were huge and high mana costed. And it was like a battle cruiser kind of format. It was like people were playing Elder Dragons. There can only be one. That was where the term Highlander came from. There can only be one, meaning there can only be one card in your deck. Or, excuse me, not one card in your deck, but every card in your deck there can only be one of. Now that has stuck around. This is another thing that's crazy about Commander that I didn't know, but originally basic lands were restricted as well, meaning you could have only one mountain in a deck that has red. Now that rule quickly went away, but it's wild to think that that's where things were at one point. Pretty wild. So let's keep going. So 2002, the very first card banned is Test of Endurance. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you have 50 or more life, you win the game. So early on, you have to think lower card pool. A card like this is going to be extremely powerful, right? Pretty wild. Then in 2003, you have Burning Wish. Choose a sorcery card you own from outside the game, reveal that card, and put it in your hand. Remove Burning Wish from the game. So you have Burning Wish, Cunning Wish, which is instant. Death Wish, choose a card you own from outside the game and put it in your hand, which is just any card. You lose half your life total rounded up. Remove Death Wish from the game. Then you have Golden Wish, choose an artifact or enchantment. Living Wish, choose a creature or land from outside the game, reveal it, put it in your hand. Remove Living Wish from the game. And then Ring of Maruf, which is instead of drawing a card from the top of your library, select one of your cards from outside the game. This card can be any card you have that you're not using in your deck. And then Ring of Maruf is removed from the game entirely after use. So all these Wish cards and Ring, these all get removed in May of 2003. And then in 2004, we have Beacon of Immortality, double target play. This is wild that an instant speed Beacon of Immortality, this is just shenanigans to me. Double target player's life total, shuffle Beacon of Immortality into its owner's library. In 2004, this card was seen as too powerful, 6 cost instant. From 5th Dawn, they had to ban it. And then what's wild here is in 2004 of October, they unban all of the Wishes and Ring of Maruf. They're like, actually, no, those are chill. We'll roll those back. We're not actually worried about those cards all that much. So you could see how the format was kind of like discovering itself. There were things that people thought were very, very powerful, and then they rolled all of that back. So kind of interesting. Then in April of 2005, we have a massive banning. And this is Lotus, Biorhythm. Biorhythm to this day, still banned. Balance, stuff like this. Obviously the Power 9, Go, and everything with anti. So with the exception of the of Balance, Biorhythm, Chaos Orb, Contract from Below, Falling Star, Library. It's all the anti stuff. Panoptic Mirror. Upheaval. Gross. World Gorger Dragon. World Gorger was also on this list at one point. Yeah, Time Twister's the only one. Time Twister's the only one that's still legal. Which is why you have a lot of people playing that card, or had a lot of people playing that card in CDH, but even the collector version of it is extremely expensive these days. Now, World Gorger, pretty wild that World Gorger's on this list of cards. It's like, ooh, man, people must have thought that was a real power play. And back in the day, it probably was. I didn't play World Gorger and I wasn't playing Commander at the time, or EDH at the time. But yeah, when World Gorger Dragon comes into play, remove all other permanents you control from the game. Flying Trample, when it leaves play, return the removed cards to play under their owner's control. What a wild card. Could you imagine playing this and it gets pacified? Boom, you're done. It's over. Scoop it up. Then, in December of 2005, we have Crucible of Worlds get banned. Like, okay. Maybe people were playing too much like Wasteland, Strip Mine, that kind of stuff. Shahrazad, this makes sense because you play a game within a game. Could you imagine playing Commander and then someone's like, okay. Shahrazad. Just wild, dude. Just absolutely wild. And then this list here, this is what's kind of fun. In 2006, you have these cards that are banned as Commander. I notated that here. As Commander. You have Heartless Hitsugu, Karavik the Merciless, and Niv Mizzet the Firemind. Yeah, minigame into a minigame. Yeah. Kraken says World Gorger was probably banned because of Animate Dead. Yeah, if anybody knows why any of these cards would have been banned, absolutely let us know. I would love to explore that kind of stuff and talk about that stuff. Wait, what are our subs at right now? Oh, I don't have my sub count up. Jake? There we go. Oh, we're chugging along, man. We're making it happen. So then we have Coalition Victory, banned in 2007, and it has been ever since. It never got an unban. It is straight up banned. This is one that has been kind of a hot topic issue. This has been one where people are like, oh, you know, bring it back. It costs 8 to do. You need 1 of each color. Wooburg and then 3 other. You win the game if you control a land of each basic land type and a creature of each color. So by today's standards, if you have stuff like the Triomes or the cards that came out of Capenna, it's going to be a lot easier to do that. Hey, we got a Prime sub. Who subscribed on Prime? I appreciate you so much. Thank you for your subscription. Really appreciate you. I did not get a notification for that. But thank you so much for your Prime subscription. Then we have Raphelos. Now, Raphelos is a fun one because this is a card that was banned and then unbanned and then banned and then finally permanently banned. Raphelos, 2 green. Well, actually, what do you guys think before I go on to Raphaelos? What do you think about Coalition Victory? Do we think that this is a card that should be banned? Let's do a quick poll. I think we're going to do we're going to do a bunch of polls here as we get to stuff that's actually banned. Wait, I absolutely skipped Yogg's Bargain. Jake. Yawgmoth's Bargain. May of 2006. 2 black, 4 other, skip your draw step, pay 1 life, draw a card. That will never, that is stupid. Yogg's Bargain. 1 minute poll. Here we go. Ending the polls. We're going to do these little 1 minute polls as we go. So make sure to participate. I want to know what you think. Should Yogg's Bargain be unbanned? Here we go. This card is stupid. I think I know where this is going to land. Try to be as honest as you can in these polls. I'm seeing a lot of no's. Oh, okay, so here's a breakdown of all the EDH banned announcements. Jank, this is great. This is great. I didn't realize they had this. Oh, this is fantastic. Oh, wow, now I'm going to have to go. All right, so I'm going to use this for a future video. So that's December 2008. All right, I see they have 2008. 2008, 2009. Okay, so this starts in 08 and 09. Okay, cool. That's sick. All right, so Yogg's Bargain. I'm seeing a lot of folks. I'm seeing 44 votes. I'm seeing 56% are saying no on Yawgmoth's Bargain. I would have to agree with that. Skip your draw step and then pay 1 life to draw a card. And there's no restriction like Necropotence. I mean, saying Necropotence has a restriction is kind of silly. But this is just like, yeah, dude, life total. Draw cards. This card is gross. I don't think that this would ever get an unban. That would just be shenanigans to me, in my opinion. Just shenanigans. All right, so moving on to Coalition Victory. Let's end this poll. We ended at 55% no on Yogg's Bargain. Let's do the Coalition Victory poll. Here we go. We're getting all the Prime slubs. We're getting all the Prime slubs. I appreciate it. Who's over there subscribing on Prime? TexNJ, appreciate you. Big Will, appreciate you. Thank you so much over there on Twitch. Yeah, make sure that you come hang out tomorrow because we're going to be going over a reaction and we're going to be doing a little bit of market watch. Any cards that get bought tomorrow, anything that gets unbanned, we're going to watch real time over on probably eBay, poking around, seeing how quickly the price of stuff goes up, that kind of thing. So make sure you come hang out tomorrow. You can find that stream. You can find that stream on YouTube. It's already scheduled. Blight Widow, if you would, could you link that stream so that people can find it again? I'd appreciate it. Let's catch up here with chat here. The Green Overlord would be good with Coalition Victory. I used to play during Urza's Destiny. Bargain rules. To the people saying no, you guys are insane in the head. It's worse than Necro. Right. And Adnaz. Yes. Will says, I don't memorize every banned card's text. Can we see the card in the preview? Yes, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Remember when we played with anti-cards back in the days? That was wild. Anti-Bolduvian Horde for a dual land and stuff. Good thing it's banned, I think. I think so. It would be fun to home rules anti. Like playing with anti with like some friends just to give the game some stakes. Madamus, nice to see you. Balduvian Horde was worth more than a duel at the time, though. I remember them being 25 when it was type 2 hotness. Madamus with the old takes there. Giving us a little history lesson. Instant wins are lame. It should be in your upkeep trigger. I could see that's fun. Stuff like Thoracle, you mean? Like Thoracle has to make it in order to win? Pitch It Hero, I'm a fan of alt win conditions, and there are much easier ones than this out there. As far as Coalition. Imagine WotC made a global poll for all the cards like this for a week. Ryan says Coalition Victory would be more fun if it required it to be basic lands, not just basic land types. Right, exactly. Exactly. It's just more boring thing than you cast in a game. Why bring it back? Right. Dino says Ryan got the right idea, just not hard to do and not really cool to pull off. Right. You mean Coalition? Yeah. People always find out ahead of time. Just check the sales and see what's happening tomorrow. Yeah, that was kind of like how I felt about Dockside. There was a lot of volume. Zach G says we played Ante until like 07. Yeah, dude, just like ante a card up and whoever wins goes home with some cards. I'm seeing a lot of subscriptions coming in. I appreciate y'all so much. Oh, can you swap to grid view on Moxfield? Yeah, we can do that. Let's do it. Boom. Done and done. Done and done. All right, let's go back down here. Oh, I love this. I love that we did this. Oh, being able to just look at everything at a glance like this, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of it. Okay, so this is around where we are. We're on Coalition Victory right now. Zach G says we would sign the card that you won, so I have a bunch of signed basics I used in my commander decks. Nice. That's sick. Yeah, much better. Thank you. Got you. My playgroup pulls money for a card, and then we have a tournament to see who gets it. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. That just makes me want to just play poker. I'm just like, yeah, man, I just want to play some Texas Hold'em. Sounds great. Sounds great. When I go to Vegas, I might go a day early and try and get myself in a poker tournament. My playgroup brought a pack to play for. We mix them together, and first person to get knocked out draws one card. Oh, okay. From the mic, and then the next one who gets knocked out gets to draw 2 cards and so on. Okay, that's fun. Chim007AZO says, Ante was the greatest balance to Mana Screw. You wouldn't want to overpower your deck because Mana Screw could always happen. Oh, I see this. I see this. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. What I'm seeing for Coalition Victory, it's kind of a landslide here. Should Coalition Victory be unbanned? I'm seeing 77% yes on 61 votes. Okay. All right, let's keep it going. End poll. All right, next up, we have in 2007, Rafellos banned. as commander. So you could still play it in the 99, but it was banned as a commander. I want to know what you think about Raphelos, Llanowar Emissary. We're just going to keep the polls going. It's a poll day, everybody. We're doing polls over here. Add 1 green mana to your mana pool for each forest you control. What do we think? It's a poll day. I see what you're doing, Jenk. I'm doing that, Jake. The missus first time in Vegas, so I'm entering a poker tournament and her going about the strip. Oh, there we go, Brad. Yeah, I miss playing poker. I used to play a lot of poker. Will says, so jealous of MagicCon Vegas. You guys get Final Fantasy and we get Chicago. Got the set that made players happy with Universes Beyond. Yeah, you know, I might save up some money so I could do something Final Fantasy there. Final Fantasy is extremely expensive. Already extremely expensive, but I know it's going to be highly desirable. I know there's people that want to build decks. There's people that want to crack packs. It is going to be just wild. Arcanow says, Raphelos can be unbanned safely. He's really just a cradle for lands, and they have to be a specific type. Yeah, so like that with Yavimaya, right, is just stupid. Oh, that's what Blight Widow just said. That's gross with Yavimaya. He dies to everything. Eddie says, I'd still be running Selvala as commander over Raphelos. Bo says, green needs more stuff. Does it? I don't know if it does. Dedra Hart says, well, Priest of Titania is playable. This isn't better in most decks. Blight thinks too powerful. Yeah, we got 117 people watching. This is sick. Arcanow says, banned as a commander, but legal in the 99. Brendan says, play Raphelos with Ashaya and go crazy. Brad, am I going to enter any events? Possibly. I want to do a two-headed giant tournament or a two-headed giant event with Blight. I would love to play two-headed. Two-headed is one of my favorite ways to play Magic, and so it'd be really fun to do that. Delfert says, dies to removal though. Yeah, exactly. And that is something that I'm going to say as well. People need to be playing removal. React to stuff. Kill stuff in Commander. Instead of running more and more redundancy, run more and more removal. Let that be your redundancy. A lot of the time, if you sit back and be less of a threat and be more reactive, now if you can win the game. Now if you run too much removal, you're just going to king make somebody else. But having removal outside of like, I run my Swords to Plowshares and my Path to Exile and that's it. Run a Generous Gift. Run a Stroke of what is it? Stroke of Midnight or whatever that card is. What is it? Midnight Stroke. What the hell is that card? I don't know why I can't remember it. But just have more removal. Removal is very good. React to stuff. I'm not saying run 10 board wipe. Oh, Bo, we're going to get to Tolarian Academy. I do not know how Tolarian Academy could get an unban. That just seems insane. Yes, Raphelos is reserve list. Yes, it is. So that was in 2007. Raphelos got hit with a ban as commander in March. Now in 2007, we had in November, Beacon of Immortality gets unbanned, as we remember up here. Beacon was banned in 2004. So later on in 2007, they said, you know what, Beacon, I think that card is probably chill. It's probably a chill card. I don't think it needs to be banned. Then in 2008, Kakusho and Recurring Nightmare. Now, Kakusho, I think that this card is fine, as we know. But Recurring Nightmare, let's go ahead and get a poll going for this. I'm seeing for Rafellos, you got to be here. You got to be voting in these polls. I'm seeing 50 votes for Rafellos. 66% said, should Rafellos be unbanned? 66% said yes. All right. Maybe it happens. Let's unpoll. Let's get Recurring Nightmare in there. Now, Recurring Nightmare reads, 1 black, 2 other. Sack a creature. Return Recurring Nightmare to its owner's hand. Put target creature card from your graveyard into play. Jeez. Play this ability only as a sorcery. Dude. Too much value. Just a little too much value, in my opinion. Here we go. Let's see what people say about Recurring Nightmare. Don't be a llama says, don't run 10 board wipes, run 12. Will says, run guttural response. Commander Viral, nowadays you do need to play tons of board wipes though. I mean, I feel like if everybody had that philosophy, games would last forever. I think because other people are running board wipes, it's okay to run a few. Like, I think 3 or 4 would probably be the max. But it depends on your pods. It depends on, you know, how long you want games to go, that kind of thing. But I mean, sometimes, yes. Having modal board wipes, things that you can kind of like play around with. Things that are flexible. Jurassic Magic says, the one problem I find with all these price hikes on non-reserved list cards is the fact that they will probably be reprinted ASAP to sell sets. Right. I was talking about this a little bit earlier. Like, say they do unban Dockside and Jeweled Lotus and Mana Crypt. Would we expect new hot variants of Dockside and Jeweled Lotus and Mana Crypt? Yes, probably so. Yeah, the way Nightmare is worded makes it egregious. Yes, I have to agree with you here. I don't think Nightmare could be unbanned. Jake influenced my decision. I voted no. I know. Costas says, unban my boy Rafellos. Could you imagine? Like, the thing is I think there is a timeline where, you know, they just unban a bunch of stuff and they're like, boom, it's all game changers. Pretty much everything on here would be a game changer in my opinion. So it's just like all like high power stuff, that kind of thing. I could see that being a direction that they go. I could see that being something that they do. They just go, all right, game changer it up. We could see it. I could see it happening. Techno Trout says, learn to counter. I have played a little bit of CEDH, and I will tell you, when I'm looking at my hand, and I have Heuristic Study out, and I have 15 cards in hand, and I'm looking at Force of Will, Dovin's Veto, I'm looking at Force of Negation, I'm looking at Muddle the Mixture, I've got like literally 6 counter spells in my hand, freaking Swan Song, and I'm just going, man, I am so ready for any stack that pops up. Like anything. I've never felt so like loaded with gas, just like you are not gonna fuck with me, buddy. We are here. Like, I have a Cyclonic Rift that I'm ready to overload, and I have all the mana in the world to do it, and then I still have free counter spells. Oh baby, it's a nice world to be in. Now, I don't like playing like that all the time, But the power of blue, there's something about blue where it's like, it's so powerful that I respect it, but I don't like playing it because I hate it. It's almost like that treat others the way that you would like to be treated. That's how I feel about blue. I'm like, I don't want to play these spells against you because I don't want you to play these spells against me. Just like, let's just banish these and let them live in their own world. If I can't win, you can't either. Is Nightmare written differently on Scryfall or whatever the official site is to check old cards? It shouldn't be. I'm not sure I understand your question. Arkanow says it's also funny how intuition isn't banned, but gifts ungiven is. Gifts is far worse. $23 away from 4K subs in 2 weeks or 3, not bad. 4 or not 4. Jesus, Jake. 4 wasn't even an option. You said 2 weeks or 3. 2 weeks. The channel is officially 2 weeks old today. Pretty sure we are 14-day-old channel right now. Food Time says, man, fuck Nightmare. Yeah, could you imagine if it was unbanned? I'm seeing 61% of you are saying no on recurring Nightmare. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep going on. Then we get to 2008 and this card is still banned. It is limited resources. So let's go ahead and talk about this one. I do see for everybody 47 votes. 38% of you said yes for recurring Nightmare. 62% said no. No on recurring Nightmare. But we're going to keep the polls going. We're starting another poll, everybody. It is the day of polls. Yeah, thank you all so much for the support. Lots of subscribers coming in today. I'm seeing lots of folks over on Twitch, so we appreciate you all so much. Should limited resources be unbanned? We're starting the poll. Let's go ahead and talk about the card. I'm going to try to give an unbiased take on these, or try to prevent bias from showing through in my voice. Limited resources, when it comes into play, all right, so 1 white enchantment. When limited resources comes into play, each player chooses 5 lands he or she controls and sacrifices the rest. As long as there are 10 or more lands in play, players cannot play lands. What do you think? Should limited resources be unbanned? Derek says, what's up, Jake? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you as well. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for hanging out. We've been over 100 viewers. Can we get to 100 likes? It'd be cool to get to 100 likes today. Hey, Juan Carlos just pledged $7.50 over on Patreon. These treasure tokens are going to end up getting soaked up. These are limited to the first 100 people. I'll go ahead and show this off really quick. We'll come back and talk about limited resources. Just because I see a lot of patrons coming in, I just want to let you all know about this one more time. This is a token that is designed by Blight Widow. She did the art on this. This is a discontinued token from the old channel. Once these are gone, they're gone. I think I have like 216 of these total. And I think Joel has a stack of them as well. I think he probably has like 100 of them. 108, I think, come in the bundle. So there's probably just over 300 of these that exist. It'll never be printed again. It'll be retired. And I thought it would be fun to give these out on the new Patreon, just because I don't really have a use for this token anymore. But for anybody who's like an old stan of the new channel or the old channel and you just want to get this, I am limiting these foil ones to be given out to the first 100 patrons. I believe there's currently about 55 or 60 paid patrons. So if you sign up at any level, you're going to get one of these in addition to the other perks that are listed on Patreon. You can find links to all of that in the description of the video. All right, let's keep this going. Just wanted to share that with folks. Yeah, her art is fantastic. It is absolutely beautiful. They look really cool. It's a nice treasure token. There's a lot of fun Easter eggs on there. One of my favorite cards is why can't I think of the name of it? Jeez. Resurrection Orb. There's also a Shadow Spear on here. There's a Jeweled Lotus on the bottom. We got Thran Dynamo over here. We got one of the mocks sitting in the chest. It's a very cool treasure. She did a fantastic job on it. She's an exceptional artist. Reach out to her for token commissions and art commissions because she's just great. All right, let's keep going with our stuff. Let's keep going with the stuff. All right, so limited resources. I hate this. I think that this card would be terrible and cancerous if it was unbanned. I'm saying that now that most people have already voted. And I'm seeing 72% of you are saying, no, it should not be unbanned. And I have to agree with you. I have to agree with you. This was a great thing to get with Zur. I can see that. I could see that. Limited resources. Take your ramp and shove it. Jake and Joel, inseparable. Someone do it. Limited resources is anti-anyone is playing the game. All right, well, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. So we get past 2008 of June and we head into September of 2008. Now this next one I think is, I'm interested in this next one. So we had some stuff here that was banned in 2008 in September. Let's talk about those. I did see 40 of you vote on the limited resources unban, and 71% of you said no. I have to agree with you. I have to agree with you. So let's talk through these and then we're going to have another poll. Yeah, she's a great artist. She's really good. In 2008 in September, we get Grindstone. Put the top two cards of target player's library into that player's graveyard. If both cards share at least one color, repeat the process. This is a card that to this day is a really important commander card. The card is pretty cracked. Very good. Another card that was banned in September was Lion's Eye Diamond. Sacrifice Lion's Eye Diamond, discard your hand, add 3 mana of any one color to your mana pool, play this ability as a mana source. So in 2008 in September, they thought that this was pretty busted. Let's see what we have here, because now we're getting into here we go. September of 2009. No additions to the ban list. Oh no, this is 2008. Hold on. For some reason, I'm not seeing. Grindstone is banned, LED is banned. While not as problematic as Hulk, neither of these are nearly as big of a loss for casual players. Many other 2-card combos fall within the realm of fair game, but the LED Salvagers and Grindstone Painter Servant combos. Yeah, so Grindstone and Painter Servant, obviously. Made up cheap components which are easy to tutor up and quick to hit play. Because they come down so soon, they could be online before opponents can be expected to have disruption available and make up top tier of combo options. While we don't want to make the ban list longer than necessary, these were felt to be acceptable additions. The complementary combo parts, Salvagers and Painter Servant, were felt to have more legitimate EDH rules. So Jank, thank you for sending this over. It's amazing that there's this really cool list compiled of all the reasons why these cards were banned. So pretty cool. So these are the changes we're implementing for now. We know some people will complain no matter what we decide, but we feel this addresses the major problems faced by competitive environments and cleans up some of the less polished corners of the rules. All right. So there we go. Pretty interesting stuff. pretty interesting stuff. Bob says the problem with banning cards like limited resources is you're encouraging specific types of gameplay to have to solve. I think it's more interesting to make players be prepared for all types. Yeah, it's like people come in with more removal, right? Because limited resources, for example, that comes in, and if you have a Beast Within or an Aura Shards or, you know, any sort of, you know, permanent destruction, the card's a non-factor, right? Now you can keep getting it back with something like a Sun Titan, but then you just have, you know, a way to remove Sun Titan. I do think that Commander would be better if people removed more stuff. I think there's this kind of, in the words of Blight Widow, I don't run too much interaction because I want people to be able to do their thing, you know? But having interaction is important. You know, I know, like, board wipes, or is that how you feel about board wipes? It's not how you feel about interaction, but it's how you feel about board wipes, right? Blight is like too many board wipes and people aren't going to be able to do their thing in the game. Food Time says, I think rules setting cards can be fun, but limited resources is miserable. Jake, you may inspire me to pull the trigger on a foil Raphaelos. Don't you do it. You're a crazy man. You're a crazy man. You be careful over there. You be careful. People want to do their thing. They do want to do their thing. I agree with you. So Protein Hulk also banned. We know about Protein Hulk, and then Rift Sweeper. I want to know the thoughts on banning Rift Sweeper. We need to, since this archetype which could undergo. Okay. Even when flipped, Runetail has proven good, but not overwhelmingly so, and only in aggressive weenie decks anyway. Since this is an archetype which could undergo enormous improvement before being overpowered anyway, that's fine. Rift Sweeper and Caracas can't be allowed in EDH games. Both are too hard to deal with and too good at disrupting generals. So Rift Sweeper, when it comes into play, choose target face up. Oh, okay. So this was before they changed the Commander Tuck rule. That's what it is. So yeah, there used to be a card called Spell Crumple. And I remember when Commander first came out, Spell Crumple was busted because you could counter it and then the Commander just goes to the bottom and then it just lives there, right? So they got rid of Spell Crumple, and Rift Sweeper would have been probably, it was doing that same kind of thing. Its owner shuffles it into their library. Now you don't have your Commander. So you would have needed to be able to move it to the command zone, and that wasn't a thing yet. So let's go ahead, and I want to ask this question about Caracas. Should it be unbanned? Let's talk about it. Caracas. It is a land. You can tap to add white. It doesn't even enter tapped, so it's ready to go when you play it. Or you can tap it to return target legend to its owner's hand. Enchantments on target legend are destroyed. Is Caracas worth unbanning? Caracas would be a nightmare. You have to be in white. You would have to be in white, but it would be a nightmare. We are 18 subs away from 4K. We'd love to hit it while we're live. If you aren't subscribed, help us get there. Help us get there if you're hanging out. Delford says, leaving chat because my mobile is weak. Still watching on the TV though. Take care all. I appreciate you. Thank you. Caracas cannot exist alongside Seedborn Muse effects. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, Dino, I agree with you. It is more fun to bounce your own stuff than as removal. Like, I know that it was played in Legacy and people would bounce their own Vendilion Click, like that kind of thing. So I see what you're talking about, but the issue is that it does both, right? The versatility on it is just stupid. Nightmare in casual, fine in CEDH, but keep it out since it's horrible for casual. I see what you're saying, Eddie. Yeah. Will says, just play Blood Moon. No more Caracas to worry about. There we go. That's what we need in Commander, Blood Moon. Arcanow says, bypass the tax, do lots of stuff. Caracas and EDH Venom. Bo says, I would play this in Joda. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, yeah. Could you imagine? Bounce it, play it again, Cascade. People are going to keep some kind of annoying commander off the board. Turn One Hippie says, I like a little mayhem, so yes. Yeah, Caracas would inspire people to play stuff like Strip Mine. Play Strip Mine. Play Wasteland. Play a little bit of Land Destruction. Don't Be a Llama says, whatever Food Times Commander is, bounce it. Right. Exactly. So Caracas, I think we're all kind of on the same page here. I'm seeing 32 votes on Caracas, 34% are saying yes, it should be unbanned. 66% are saying no. I have to agree with no here. Bob says, let Rule 0 and Game Changers regulate gameplay. Yeah, maybe. I mean, that might be what happens. Bob, what do you think? Do you think tomorrow we're going to get a lot of cards unbanned? You know what? This is a poll I want to do right now. We're ending the Caracas poll because I think it's kind of silly. I want to do a new poll. We're doing a new one. Everyone's like, wow, lots of polls today. Yeah, there are lots of polls. How many cards get unbanned tomorrow? And I want everybody to vote on this one. Everyone needs to vote. 1 to 3. 4 to 6. 7 or more. I want to see what people think. Oops, I want this option to go away. There we go. I want to see what people think here. How many cards get unbanned tomorrow? 1 to 3, 4 to 6, or 7 or more? I don't know why I came up with those numbers the way I did, but I want you to vote. I want you to vote as I talk about 2008. In 2008, we have Test of Endurance unbanned. The very first card that was banned in 2002, unbanned in 2008. And then after that, we have Time Vault banned in December of 2008. Delfert says, came back to vote. All right, vote. Get your vote in. Time Vault. Costs 2. Tap to gain an additional turn after the current one. Time Vault doesn't untap normally during its untap phase. To untap it, you must skip a turn. Time Vault begins tapped. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't think there's a world where this gets unbanned. This thing is stupid. Yeah, cards like Manifold Key, Icy Manipulator. Wait, does Icy Manipulator tap or untap? Or is it just tap? No, it doesn't untap. So yeah, stuff like Manifold Key, Voltaic key. Yeah, food time. This would have been right before I started playing. Right before. Gonna be right back. I'm gonna take a quick bio, and then we're gonna continue on. God. I did not do well at drinking my water. Wowzers. All right, let's check in on this poll. I want everybody to vote on it. 46 votes. No, I need at least 10 more people to vote on this poll. How many cards get unbanned tomorrow? 1 to 3, 4 to 6, or 7 or more? Currently, I'm seeing 1 to 3 at 46%. It's a very okay, we're not messing with much. That's kind of like the zone that I'm feeling like. At 1 to 3, we're not doing a lot of messing around with what's going on. Now 4 to 6, that's a lot. It's a pretty good amount of unbannings. I think I would be kind of pressed to come up with 4 to 6 cards that I would want to unban off the list. There's just a lot of stuff here that's extremely strong. Yeah, 7 or more. Now I see some of you out there that are like, oh shit, dude, 7 or more. Now we're really talking. 7 or more is like, we're shaking things up. We're shaking stuff up. I might be wrong. Don't Be a Llama says I would unban all, just really shake it up. Okay. All right, let's keep going while people get their final votes in here. Safety meeting went well. I can't because of my my Zoloft. Guys, can we get to 100 likes? We're 5 likes away from 100 likes. I'd love to do it. Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate you. We're 15 subs away from 4K subscribers on the channel. Love to see it. We will definitely hit 4,000 subscribers by the end of day. So that is very sweet. Love to see it. Food Time, I don't know if you saw, but I shouted you out in today's video and I put your Deadpool deck in it. Let's go. I liked your Deadpool deck breakdown. It was really good. Turn One Hippie says, I just have to point out and appreciate the art on Time Vault. Mark Teeden had so many great magic art, or had so many great magic art back in the day, like the old school Teeden cards like Time Vault, Chaos Orb, Jusum Jin. Right. Right. Really did like all those. All right, so we're not going to talk about Time Vault. I think this card would be pretty cracked if it got unbanned. Now, Metalworker. This card originally banned in March of 2009. We can see kind of what's going on here, why Metalworker would have been banned. Reveal any number of artifact cards in your hand. Add 2 colorless mana to your mana pool for each card revealed this way, but then obviously later it would become banned. Now, Tinker. We're going to end this poll, and we're going to start a new poll. I want to know, should Tinker be unbanned? Tinker seems pretty freaking stupid, just in my opinion. But I want to hear your thoughts on why Tinker could be hit with an unban. So I have 49% are saying how many cards are going to be unbanned tomorrow. I'm saying 49% say 1 to 3, 31% say 4 to 6, and then 20% of you say 7 or more in 55 votes. Let's go ahead and end this poll. Should Tinker be unbanned? Yes or no? Here we go. Let's read it. 2 and a blue. Sorcery. On this uncommon from Urza's Destiny. Or no, Urza's Legacy, excuse me. At the time you play Tinker, sacrifice an artifact. Today, it could be a clue. It could be a treasure. It could be a food. Search your library for an artifact card and put that artifact into play. Shuffle your library afterwards. Dude. Tinker does seem pretty brutal. It does seem pretty brutal, right? Seems pretty wild. Eddie says, I want to play Tinker so bad, but I just don't think we can do it. It's busted. Yeah. I think it's just too easy to always go grab your Blight Steel. Yeah. Like, always get it. Or like, say you already have Blight Steel and you're just in an artifact build, always go get your Dark Steel Forge. Like, always get Dark Steel Forge. Just like, okay, my artifacts are indestructible. Will says it's blue. Perfectly fair for a blue card. Yeah, you're right. I'll sack Treasure and get a Time Vault. Edward says, my main test for that is the fact that I wouldn't put it in any deck other than Landfall. So how good is it really? Adam says, Tinker is pretty rad. Yeah, it's something. Ryan, I like that. If it's broken in Vintage Cube, it's probably too broken in Commander. That's usually my litmus test. Yeah, you can see that. Yeah, exactly. It's always whatever you need at the time. And it's also blue. It's always going to be protected. That's true. That's true. This card should be allowed in mill decks only. Well, that's a slippery slope, right? It's like, go get your Mesmeric Orb or something like that. I could see that. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of folks say no on Tinker. 32 votes. I'm seeing 62% coming in at no, and 36% coming in at yes. 38. I'm seeing some more votes come in. I'm seeing some folks that might be clicking yes and then no and yes and no and yes and no. Arcanau says, I'd use Lord Grizzlebrand sparingly, but I know that no one else would. All right, let's keep going because it seems like Tinker's pretty busted. Then in 2009 of March, Crucible of Worlds is unbanned, and so is Raphaelos. They unbanned Raphaelos as commander only, and now it can be used as a commander. We've already talked about Raphaelos. And then we have Fast Bond. For 1 green, you may put as many land cards into play as you want each turn. Fast Bond deals 1 damage to you for every land beyond the first that you play in a single turn. Oh, man. You know, I know how I feel about Fast Bond. I want to know how you feel about it. Tinker, we had 61% say no. Fast Bond seems like one that we can make a poll about. Should Fast Bond be unbanned? I'm seeing some folks say Fast Bond is fair. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? Let them be heard in this poll. Brody says, I want Fast Bond back for my Get Rog Monster CEDH deck makes it insane. I mean, bro. Yeah, he wants it for Omnath. He wants it for Get Rog. I could see that. Give me just 1 second here. Alrighty. 13 subs away from 4K. Feels good. Feels good, chat. 4K in 2 weeks, baby. Let's go. 2,000 subs a week. We can keep up with that, right? I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Maybe so. Ah, Cold Truth is here. It's nice to see you. Okay, so now we got Fast Bond plus bounce lands plus any landfall trigger. Seems reasonable. Too good for Omnath, only for CEDH. Yeah, I think so. I think so. All right, so what are people saying about Fast Bond? Should Fast Bond be unbanned? I'm seeing 38% say yes, 62% no. So it seems like, just based on how these polls are going, that a lot of these bans make sense, just based on how folks are feeling. Cold Truth says, I'm just a troll, Jake. You're all right, mate. All right, I appreciate you. I had to let you have it. You let me have it, I had to let you have it back. But as long as you're chill, I'm chill, man. All right, Fast Bond. Let's move on from Fast Bond, because I think Fast Bond, this one is probably good being banned. Let's talk about this one. This one has been in a lot of people's conversations here, especially on this stream. We were talking about gifts ungiven, and we were talking about gifts ungiven from the perspective of comparing it to intuition. So let's see what people have to say about gifts. Fast Bond ends with 60%. Food Time says, it's almost like the rules committee knew what they were doing. Exactly. Here we go. But I do think with these brackets and with, CEDH, some of these cards could have a life in decks like that. I mean, you see some of these CEDH decks just win on turn 1 or turn 2. I think some of these cards that we're discussing could possibly live in a format like that, but we just absolutely don't want to see them in casual pods. And I think that that's fair. I would like, if anybody does play CDH that's in chat, you know, weigh in on this. Are there any of these cards that you would love to see come off the ban list just so that you could play them in CDH decks? I know Brody was talking about playing Gitrog and, you know, like that kind of thing, but I'm interested. So let's get Gifts Ungiven. Should it be unbanned? Let's read it. 3 and a blue. Instant speed. Search your library for 4 cards with different names and reveal them. Target opponent chooses 2 of those cards. Put the chosen cards into your graveyard and the rest into your hand. Then shuffle your library. You could also read this as put 2 of those cards into your graveyard hand and the rest into your normal hand. A lot of the time, the graveyard is just a second hand, right? So this card seems very good. Seems pretty good. Value Town USA says dockside is healthy for CEDH. J-Lo was fine too. Yeah, because J-Lo's kind of like a dead card late. Yeah, Adam, it's interesting how CEDH goes very... You have some games that are extremely fast, and then you have some games that are extremely, extremely slow. Like, I entered into this zone that these guys, the guys from Amped Gaming, they were calling it mid-range hell, where you kind of enter into this zone where everybody's like starting to draw a ton of cards, and it looks like no one's going to be able to push. The first person who pushes is just going to get countered, and they're just going to lose. Cold Truth says Gifts just tutors your entire combo. Right. Which is infinitely stronger than just tutoring just one piece and having to draw the other and find another way. Right. I could see that. Woo, it's buried alive, but blue. At instant speed, no less. Right? Buried alive is sorcery speed. What's the I draw, you draw that needs to stay gone? Yes. Yes, Arcano. Brad says, Food Time, I agree. I love the card, but I should just be a GC anyway, but I don't, or a game changer anyways, but I don't want it for a win. I also want it for answers. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, trade routes. Yeah, trade routes is pretty dumb. Let's not even, do we even discuss braids? I don't even know if we need to discuss braids. I feel like braids is just such a feels bad card. This is a pretty wild one, chat. I'm seeing 32 votes on Gifts Ungiven, and 50% are yes and 50% are no. But Gifts dies to counterspell, and yeah, Cold Truth with the Cold Truth. You could make that argument for almost any banned card. That's right. No, that's okay, Brad. I worked out what you were saying there. I got you, boy. I got you. I don't know why I called you boy there. I got you, man. Yeah, braids is no bueno. That's kind of where I'm at. It's kind of where I'm at on braids. I'm seeing Gifts Ungiven is one of the first ones that we're seeing edge out like yes here. I'm seeing yes. Wow, we are 8 subs away from 4K. Let's go. We're going to get there. We're going to get there on stream. We're going to hit 4K on stream, baby. That's what's up. Man, I want to end the Gifts Ungiven ban, but it looks like we have a healthy poll going. 51% are saying yes. 49% are saying no. Let your voice be heard. I will let you know I have absolutely no control over what happens tomorrow, but for the sake of this timeline, let's just say if you don't vote, you'll never know. Something you'll never know. If you don't vote, you'll never know. Something like that. Wow. 50% An even split on gifts ungiven. Pretty wild. Yeah, Chris says share the live, guys. Let's make it happen. Yeah, we're over 100 likes on this video as well. 102. That's what's up. 4K is first and then 5K. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. Yeah, it is my understanding, Food Time, that there will be no bans tomorrow. It is my understanding that cards will be unbanned tomorrow. Card or cards. I do believe that something, at least a card, will be unbanned tomorrow in the wake of this bracket system. So, like, all the stuff on here is banned for a reason, one reason or another. Cold Truth says the committee is on the fence with gifts and they're watching this stream. This is the decider. That's right, baby. That's right. You got to be here right now. I can feel their eyes. They're watching right now. Ban landlords. The name itself is terrible. Adam, yes. Oh my God, that's funny. Yeah, no bans, just unbans. My one card, and I'm setting aside the fact that I bought some copies of Dockside Extortionist. The one card that I would want unbanned would be Mana Crypt. I think Mana Crypt is a fine card. That's the one card that I myself, if I selfishly got to pick, I would want to unban Mana Crypt. I like it. It's fun. I like Mana Rocks. I know it's a good one, but it stings. I've died to my own Mana Crypt before. All I see ever happen with a Mana Crypt is I paint a target on my face and that's it. Whenever I play it, it just paints a big target on my face. All right, we got 48 people that have voted on gifts ungiven, and I'm seeing 52% yes. Seeing 52% yes on that. So let's go ahead and end this poll. This poll's going on for 6 minutes. Some cards are too strong. Sometimes they make mistakes when designing them or something. Yeah, I think so, Food. Like, you could kind of argue that about Dockside. Like, here, I want to do another poll. All right, on this poll, wait a minute. That's not what I meant to put. Should I get hot wings or Mexican food for dinner? Wait a minute. I'm seeing hot wings. Seeing Mexican food. Shit. What was I actually gonna ask? Man, I just must be hungry. You'll always go for the hot wings. Yeah, that's true. The Tex-Mex here is just really, really good. There we go, chat. This is what we need. Now we're talking about food, baby. That's what we want. Wingstop lemon pepper wings every day. Always wings, says Count Crisco. You just can't do them wrong. Oh man, if we get more votes on this poll than anything else, that is going to be shame on us. Shame on us if we're more interested in eating food than the commander ban list. Damn it, what were we talking about? Because there I go trying to make a joke. Oh, yes, this is what I was going to ask. All right, so yeah, I'll get hot wings. I'm going to end this while hot wings are ahead because I'm going to go get those. This is the poll that I actually wanted to do. Realistically, okay? Here we go. Would Dockside Extortionist be fair if the treasure entered tapped? Here we go. Would dockside extortionist be fair if the treasure entered tapped? I want to know your genuine thoughts. Now, we'll come back here, but for the sake of this, I'm going to go down to dockside so that we can read it, just in case anybody in chat doesn't know about dockside. Dockside extortionist, it reads, 1 and a red for a 1/2. Goblin pirate, when dockside extortionist enters the battlefield, create X treasure tokens where X is the number of artifacts and enchantments your opponents control. So every soul ring, every signet, every little mana rock that they have, all the treasure that they have, every enchantment that they have, their Esper Sentinel, their Smothering Tithe, their Rhystic Study. You're creating a treasure for all of that for everybody. So if everybody has 10 of that shit, you're creating 10 treasure simply for playing this 2-drop goblin. I want to know your thoughts. Would it be fair if all the treasure entered tapped? Now, Food Time is saying, I think all treasure should have just entered tapped. So it's like when you create, because treasure essentially is a lotus petal. We could just call it that. It was just a renamed lotus petal. Lotus petal was the first treasure. So I see what you're saying, Food. All treasure enters tapped. Jake, so many people are buying all the foil gifts ungiven. I'm not surprised. I think I have a foil one somewhere. I'm pretty sure I do. From one of those old master sets. Food Time says, my thoughts? That goblin has fucking fantastic art in the OG printing. Thanks, friend says, nah, dockside can swim with the fishes. Adam says, it would break Magda. Oh yeah, if dockside came back, it's massive in there. It's massive. Just like I feel Hull Breacher shouldn't deny the opponent's draw. Food Time says the OG dockside artist has a magic YouTube channel. He's a game designer. Oh, that's cool. That's sick. Dockside looks 100% like a WoW goblin. It's not even up for debate. 100%. It looks like a goblin straight out of Booty Bay. Don't be a llama. Anything to help me cast Atali. Oh yeah, baby. Are you talking Atali that lets you get something off the top of everybody's library? That seems pretty good. He was on Gold Stream recently. That's cool. All right, so we're getting a lot of votes here on dockside. 43 votes. Okay, so this is one of the polls that a lot more people have voted on. Would dockside extortionist be fair if the treasure entered tapped? And on 44 votes, 64% of you are saying yes, and 36% of you are saying no. You still believe that it would not be fair if the treasure entered tapped. That just kind of speaks to how strong this card is. Dockside Extortionist is an absolutely cracked card. It's very, very good. It is very, very good. All right, let's keep going. Let's go back to where we were. We were on what, 2009? We were about to talk about... Oh, yeah. All right, here we go. So we were just on Gifts Ungiven. Now we're about to talk about Braid's Cabal Minion. Let's end this poll. 66% are saying yes on dockside would be fair if the treasure entered tapped on 48 votes. I appreciate you all voting on that. Let's go ahead and end the poll there. So, next one. I hate this card. I hate it, but I want your thoughts. Braid's Cabal Minion, 2 and 2 black. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player sacrifices an artifact, creature, or land. Dude. This was in June of 2009, Braid's Cabal minion is banned as a commander. God, could you imagine how everybody felt up until that moment, having to play against this? Seems pretty busted. Seems pretty busted. This poll is going to be a little bit different. Is Braid's Cabal minion fun to play against in Commander? I want to ask this one about fun. No, the Vecna Braids is not banned. This is Cabal minion we're talking about. Yeah, so Mezkid, they changed that though. That's what happened. Is there was a big change to where I believe it happened down, let's see, where was it? Here it was. In September of 2014, they got rid of banned as commander and they cleaned it up and they just made it straight up ban. Instead of something being banned as commander, it was banned as in the 99 and it was banned as the commanders. It's just banned from the format. So that was cleaned up in 2014. So 5 years after Braids was banned as a commander. See, now I think like this is where we're getting to kind of like the philosophy of why Braids is banned. I know that some people might be trolling the polls. I don't think a lot of people are trolling the polls, but for the sake of this poll, is Braid's Cabal minion fun to play against in Commander? I'm seeing 17% are saying yes and 83% are saying no. And I think that is where kind of like that philosophy of the ban comes from, is like, is this fun? And sure, it might be fun for the person who's doing it, but it's like almost like just play Rankle instead. It's like, this is busted. Like Rankle does kind of like a similar thing. It's hitting people's creatures. It's making you discard. But this right here is at the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player sacrifices an artifact, creature, or land. So I think in today's standards, if you're running a lot of treasure, because it does say or, it doesn't say and. If it said artifact, creature, and land, then we're getting into a card that's just extremely punishing and disgusting. But because it says or, I do think that there are ways to kind of play around it that make it less punishing by today's standards. I would be very surprised if we see it come off the list, but if it does come off the list, those would be the reasons why I would think that it probably could. Just because there are so many tokens these days, there's a lot of ways to just kind of get around this card. You know, it's a 2/2 for 4. It's a lightning rod. It dies to everything. Oh, I do see Food Time saying, you know, Dark Writ exists. I see what you're saying, because it gets out on turn 1 or turn 2 and Dark Writ exists. Yeah. There are many cards that are not fun to play against. Anyone who voted yes never played against OG Braids, and it shows. Braids, I'd argue, is worse than Turgid. Turgid is pretty bad. I saw someone cast Turgid in turn 1 before, so this thing can kick all the rocks and stay gone. Extreme Killage. I feel like it's just including land that makes this card a tad over the line. Playing early, it's such a non-game. Shieldred Whispering one as commander, for example, is nowhere near as bad. Yeah, so like say you pitch a Shieldred Whispering one super early and then you reanimate it, right? Like say you discard some cards, you get Shieldred out, you know, like turn 2, turn 3. It's really hard for people to come back from that. That's pretty much like, all right, let's all just shuffle up, Let's do a new game. It's kind of my thoughts on that. All right, so let's keep it going. 2009, September, we have Rift Sweeper is unbanned. Painter's Servant is banned. At the same time, Grindstone is unbanned. So Painter's Servant, they said, all right, that's got to go. Then we have Channel. Channel here. It's wild to me that Staff of Domination got hit with a ban at one point. Like, is this one not just absurd? Is Staff of Domination as a banned card not just shenanigans? I really feel like it is. I feel like I'm missing all of our subs. For some reason, I am not getting the alert box. I'm not hearing it. I'm not hearing my alert box, chat. I don't know why. But I'm doing my best. Everybody, thank you so much for the subs. We are 3 people away from 4,000 subscribers. Can we do it? Can we hit it? Oh, is that what it is, Food? Staff was the best infinite mana outlet at the time. Well, Jank did give me this really good info, so let's go ahead and read. Let's see what we can learn by reading. Oh, Jank did get a foil Raphaelos. Jank, you're a madman. You're a madman. All right, so we're looking for 2010 June. There we go. We've had our eyes on Staff of Domination for a long, long time, and we're hoping that someone would find uses for it that didn't include the term degenerate. That hope proved fruitless. Strangely enough, it's the first and cheapest activation that has proved the most troublesome. The watchword of the Rules Committee version of the format is interactive. We'd like to foster an environment where ridiculous things happen, but that everyone playing has a chance to do them. Early, reliable, hyper production of mana often leads to a single player playing by himself and watching others watching, and that's not what we want for EDH. So yes, it's what Food Time said. It was a mana issue that led to Staff getting the ban. So that's interesting. There we go. Now I'm hearing my alerts. We're at 4,000. We did it. Boom. 4,001 subs. Let's go. Thank you, chat. Thank you, everybody. This is sick. This is sick. We're going to see if we can have giveaways set up tomorrow, and we'll give away some dragon shields. Make sure that someone goes home with some dragon shields, so make sure you show up tomorrow. Food Time says, I told you I was playing. Yeah, you were. You were. I never doubted you. I never doubted you. Congrats on 4K. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much. Chat, thank you so much for being here today. We hit 4,000 subs. That's sick. We're there. We did it. Count says, let's go. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby, we got there. Bo says, congrats, Jake. I appreciate you so much. Big congrats to the team. Big congrats to all the mods and all the folks here that are hanging out. Food Time, Brody, Blight Widow, Jank. Venom was here earlier. Brody and Blight have worked late into the night with me on this channel. A lot of folks went into setting up the Discord and the Patreon and all that stuff. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you so much. We hit 4K here live. That is pretty sick. So, feels good. Feels great, baby. Dalford says, congrats, that's worth nipping in before bed. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. My God, my voice is almost dead. I've been talking so much, but I'm enjoying chat. All right, so let's end this poll on braids. Let's talk about channel. 2 green. So if anybody doesn't know where channel came from, or channel fireball, it came from the card channel and the card fireball. On the road to 400k, we just need to do it 100 more times. Let's do it. Let's get there. even though Ripley seems to not be doing a part. Oh yeah, congrats mods, Mom, Jake, baby Billy, Ripley. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, Ripley, her part is she's a nice big lady and she likes to stay in the closet. Yeah, so channel fireball. People would use channel and they would cast fireball and that would be how they would win. You could have decks that didn't have any limit of cards. You could just have them filled with stuff like this and they weren't restricted to 4-ofs. And so you would try to just, you know, win by getting a channel and a fireball. Don't be a llama tomorrow at 10 Pacific Standard Time. And we do have a stream that is currently scheduled. If you want to like that stream, come hang out tomorrow, set yourself a notification. We are going to be watching everything and then we're going to be doing some market watch. We're going to be looking at what cards are unbanned. And we're going to be looking at their prices. So yeah, that's going to be on Twitch on the weekly MTG stream, but you can find it here. We're going to be streaming it, watching it, reacting to it. So if you want to come hang out like we're hanging out today, we're going to be doing that as well. If you want to come spend your time with us. How do we feel about channel? Adam says, same Ripley. Yes. Yeah, Blight Widow just linked that stream. If anybody's enjoying your time here, you want to come back tomorrow, you could click that link there and go put a notification on it. Come hang out tomorrow. We're going to be up early. So we're doing an extra stream this week. So I'll be streaming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Oh my goodness gracious. Tomorrow, I don't know how long the stream will go, but it's definitely going to be long enough to watch the entire video, which is going to be an hour, and then also have some reactions, get some community reaction, all that stuff. All right, let's start a poll. Should channel be unbanned in Commander? Noodle Banana, thank you for the love, says 4K, let's go. Derek says, Jake and team, congrats on 4K. Super pumped to see this journey and where it goes. Gotta get out of here for Commander League. Have a good night, everybody. Derek, have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much for the kind words and thank you for hanging out. And we'll see you in the future. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of no. I kind of have to lean toward this on channel as well. Until end of turn, you may add colorless mana to your mana pool for 1 life each. These additions are played with the speed of an interrupt. I love that we have the old alpha version of this card. Let's just switch the printing for just a second. This is how it actually reads. Until end of turn, anytime you could activate a mana ability, you may pay 1 life. If you do, add a waste. So the way that channel works is you could just use your life as a resource in Commander. Obviously, we already know life as a resource. You could do degenerate things with channel. I'm seeing a lot of people say no for channel, and I have to agree. I have to lead that way. Channel with 40 life, I caramba. Exactly. Exactly. That's kind of where I'm at. Kind of how I'm feeling. Then we have Staff of Domination, which we already talked about. And then, so they unbanned Raphellos in March of 2009. And then they were like, wait a minute, that was a poor choice. So we're rebanning Raphellos in June of 2010 as Commander. It was banned as Commander. Then they unbanned it as Commander. Then they were like, actually, let's roll it back. We're going to ban it again as Commander. Yeah, Channel and Eldrazi seem like a good pairing. Food Stamp says, just play Aetherflux Reservoir if you want to use your life to kill somebody. There we go. There we go. Now, this one we had people talking about as well. Obviously, we could compare this to Gaia's Cradle, Tolarian Academy. Add blue to your mana pool for each artifact you control. How bad is Tolarian Academy? Clearly, we're going to end channel. Channel seems like it's probably good to be banned. Should Tolarian Academy be unbanned. No, Rafellos is not legal in the 99 because they got rid of that that rule banned as commander in 2014. Should Tolarian Academy be unbanned? Start poll. And that is this land here. Legendary land. Add blue to your mana pool for each artifact you control. All our soul rings, all our signets, all our treasure, our food, our clues. It is a dead card. This is worth noting. It is a dead card if you don't have an artifact. It does not tap for anything. Now, if it were an artifact land and it counted itself, it would be stupid and silly. Yeah, every 0 cost artifact and token is mana. No thanks. Tex NJ, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for the Prime sub. Time for bed. Thank you for the chill stream. See you tomorrow. Yeah, we hope to see you tomorrow. Yeah, Food Time says either unban Academy or ban Guy's Cradle. I'm seeing another tight race in the polls here. I'm seeing a tight race in the polls. Friends on the other side, maybe you've already discussed it, but what is your take on JLo? Well, we'll absolutely get there. Hopefully by the end of the stream. I imagine we do. We've talked a little bit about Jeweled Lotus. The way that I feel about Jeweled Lotus is it's a card that's kind of a dead card late game, but it is a card that can absolutely lead to very explosive starts. Like when you have a commander that's a very cheap commander, like a 4 or 5 cost commander, and you start with a turn 1 Jeweled Lotus, and you're just able to get it out, especially if it's something that has ward, right? So like, for example, people brought this one up. Voja. Oh God, where'd they put it? Because I have to remove it. Where did Voja go? There it is. So Voja, 5 cost, Vigilance, Trample, Ward 3. When Voja, Jaws of the Conclave attacks, put X 1/1 counters on each creature you control, where X is the number of elves you control. Draw a card for each wolf you control. So this, for example, being able to get out something that has this kind of protection super early on like a turn 1 or turn 2, that seems pretty cracked. And that was kind of their idea with banning Jeweled Lotus is, you know, early, like Turgrid. We talked about that. And the other thing is, you know, you have Dark Ritual that already exists, but that's restricted to black. Jeweled Lotus is not restricted to any color. It could just go in anything. So like getting out something that's impossible to interact with super early, like before players have any mana to deal with it, like something like this, a Vigi Trample Ward 3, this could just kind of barrel out of control. But that said, I feel like Jeweled Lotus could exist, but it would just be a game changer, and I'd be fine with that. All right, checking in on the Tolarian Academy poll. We have, should Tolarian Academy be unbanned? I have 37 votes, and 46% of you are saying yes, it should be unbanned, and 54% of you are saying no on Tolarian. Rafellos, we already discussed. Then we have Emrakul, the Aeon's Torn. I don't care either way. I don't own either, nor would I play either. RJT says, I think this came from a time when bans were influenced by cost proxies, y'all. Do you think so? I don't know. I can't speak to it. Food Type says, I don't care either way. I don't own either. Blight Widow says, there's a reason Academy is banned and Gaia's and Sarah Sanctum are not. Yeah, I think just because so many artifacts exist just like by default. I mean, I guess, but you could say the same thing for creatures, right? I mean, it is also blue, and we do know that blue is already very degenerate. Travis says, if this and Dockside get unbanned, it would be kind of nasty. Don't be a llama. How much do you think this card will increase in price if unbanned? Are you talking about Tolarian Academy? I think it would easily like 3x. Easily 3x from its current price. I see Chim saying probably 1 to 2k. I don't think it will eclipse Cradle, but it could easily get up to Cradle's price. It could easily get up to Cradle's price. Don't be a llama says ban Voja and unban Jeweled Lotus. Blight Widow says Academy is much better early game than Cradle or Sanctum, is way easier to get more artifacts out quickly. Yeah, I could see that. There are also artifact lands. Food Type says free my girl, don't. Academy 2 broken in will also rip the market. Oh, Academy would explode in price because it's reserve list. Yeah. The tokens are the problem. You think it would be more than Cradle? You do think it would eclipse it. All right, so maybe I'm wrong. Well, yeah, because it's immediately a CEDH card. It would be a game changer. It's immediately like super high power. Yeah, you're probably right. It's blue. I do have a single copy of Academy. Okay. I mean, that could be an easy 10x right there. I mean, if they end up unbanning that. I don't think they will unban it because I think it's very easy to look at that and go, you know, like CEDH is already like there's a lot of these blue decks are already very strong. Giving them Tolarian Academy as well is just nutty. I don't think there's a world where it needs to be unbanned. Yeah, exactly. And you say it's in your vintage cube. And and it is reserve list. That is worth mentioning. But yeah, look at this card that's banned and it's $168. That says a lot, right? This is a card that's banned and it's absolutely cracked in price already with the ban. Can't really use it anywhere else other than Commander or like a vintage cube, like you're saying. I like Academy, but then I have one as well. Never played though. Yeah, that's fair. All right, let's take a look at this poll really quick. Should Tolarian Academy be unbanned? I'm seeing 45% say yes and 55% say no on 40 votes. Let's go ahead and end the poll. All right, let's get another poll going here. All right, so let's talk about Emrakul. Wait a minute, what happened? If I do get hot wings, what flavor? Mango habanero, original buffalo, lemon pepper, spicy garlic. I'm supposed to be talking about Emrakul. Tolarian Academy is basically dockside level of power, in my opinion, just for the sheer amount of mana advantage. White Widow says you're going to give yourself heartburn and then be complaining. No! You know what? Hot wings pair nicely with Monday. Wait until Wednesday for wings. Mango habanero is so good. I'm seeing garlic parmesan is the only right answer. It's not on there. We have to pick from what exists. I'm such a you're a dry rub kind of guy. I like my wings wet. I like when my fingers are covered in the sauces. That's what she said. There's no time, but it's what she said. There's no time. FNC double time. Cryman Squaw. Food time. The best part about pre-Emrakul ban was the pre-release promo for Rise. Yeah, I know, right? Right? Oh my god. Are they not cheaper on Wednesday? No, they're cheapest on Thursday. They're also cheap on Tuesday. But I have enough points to where I could get them free today on Monday. Adam says if she's here Sunday, she's probably here Wednesday. Oh yeah. The garlic oil. Yeah, get that garlic oil. What were we talking about? Yeah, Emrakul. All right, so it looks like 29% I'm getting mango habanero wings. And that will give me heartburn. All right, here we go. Emrakul. Rogue Bullhead, nice to see ya. Hello and welcome to the stream. We hit 4K subby wubbies today. Feeling good. I think it's been like a... Dude, it's been like a 50 or 60 sub day over here. Really nice day. All right, should Emrakul, the Aeon's Torn, be unbanned? Let's find out. And then everybody, please come hang out tomorrow. We're going to have a stream very similar to this. We're going to be discussing and watching the Twitch live announcement. And then we're going to give our takes. And depending on what cards are unbanned, we're going to do some market watch. And we're going to see where these cards go. We're going to see what happens with these cards. Just unban her for the lulz. Yeah, like they did when Unstable came out and they made a bunch of silver border cards legal for a little while. White Widow says, hashtag GERD. Which, for anybody who missed that, that's gastrointestinal reflux disease. Let's go. Doesn't get you until you're older. What doesn't get you when you're younger waits until you're older. Let's read Emrakul. Oh man, it's so much text. Oh, it's so much text. Did we get to what? Mana Crypt? Did someone ask about Mana Crypt? We've talked a little bit about Mana Crypt. What doesn't get you when you're younger waits until you're older. Gives you freaking heartburn when you're old. Emrakul, the Aeon's Torn. 15 for a 15. Emrakul, the Aeon's Torn can't be countered. When you cast Emrakul, take an extra turn after this one. Flying, protects you from all colors. Annihilator 6. When Emrakul is put into a graveyard from anywhere, its owner shuffles it into his or her graveyard into their library. His or her seems so weird to read after I've gotten used to saying there. Can you combine the Hot Ones concept with Foil Quest? Talk about marinating. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I think I could. And I think I shall. I shortn't. I will, but I won't. I could. Maybe I should. I'm getting a lot of yeses for Emrakul to be unbanned. Okay, so chat, what is your thought on this? On Emrakul being unbanned? That it's fun? I mean, it is expensive. I mean, it is 15, right? It is 15. It costs 15 to play the thing. It even has, when it's put into a graveyard from anywhere, its owner shuffles it into their library. Right? What was the issue with this one originally? Like show and tell? I know it was played in like Legacy Sneak and Show, but like why was it banned in oh, Jank sent me this. Mother of fucks. Okay, he sent me this info. 2010 in the month of December. Here we go. Banned Emrakul. This is one on which we listened heavily to what the community was saying, and nearly without exception, everyone hates Emrakul. It's a card that makes the game devolve into a war over a single card whenever it hits the table. Add to that the fact that its combination of abilities make it seriously unfun to play against. We had already had our eye on it, and when the community spoke, we listened. Does say can't be countered. When you cast it, take an extra turn. Flying, protection from all colors. So it dies to being sacked. You can make them sack it. Unfun. Golos problem becomes the de facto go-to colorless commander. But wasn't it, Golos was all colors, yeah? Oh, I see. Monster Manual, Elvish Piper. I see. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because we can cheat it out. There are creatures that stop sacking. Okay. So even if it were just to live in the 99, it would still be stupid. Cruel Claw and Emrakul. Yeah, just too many ways to just get it out. Angling Spiders is back. Congrats on 4K subs. Onwards to 10K. We are on the way. We're doing it. We're doing the thing. Got 4,010 subby wubbies over here. Feels good. You can target Emrakul with like O-Ring. Yeah, thank you, Angling Spiders. Appreciate you. Because it's not a spell, it's a triggered ability. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, so let's end that. I'm seeing 43% or 43 votes come in at 53% say yes for Emrakul to be unbanned. That's pretty wild. We're getting a majority yes on that one, unless people are trolling. I know there have been a ton of polls, but we're going to keep them going. Ending. So then we have in September of 2011, banned as commander, we have Arayo. So this one, flying. Whenever the fourth spell of a turn is played, flip it. And then it flips into counter the first spell played by each opponent each turn. So it has kind of that Jin Gataxias, Kamigawa Neon Destiny kind of vibe going on. Should Arayo be unbanned? Want to know your thoughts on this one too. This one's kind of a wild one. Yeah, each player, right? counter the first spell played by each opponent each turn. Each opponent. So it's not you. I need to get a hoodie. It's getting kind of chilly. Be right back. Or Ryo. You play this and flip it on the same turn with cheap 0 mana value spells. Yeah, so just run like a bunch of Cheerios. CDH wasn't what it is today back in 2014. Any comp commander was French banless 1v1 commander. No, this card deserves the ban hammer. You think it's still bad? Yeah, I could see it. I kind of hate it. I hate what I'm reading here. I do not like it. I think it's annoying to have to play a spell out just to like deal with it and then get to the removal. Yeah, Techno Trout, exactly. It's kind of like, you know, shout out to Food Time again, but how everybody was building Deadpool, and they're building it in such a way that Deadpool is just you're cloning it. And it's like, that might be cool for 1 or 2 games, but then once it gets to the point where you're consistently like making everybody hate the deck, you now have a deck that no one wants to play against. You know, a good example is so Food Time, he built Deadpool in a way that you don't just clone it and you win with, you know, actually using Deadpool, swinging with Deadpool, that kind of thing. Another good example is everybody who plays Coma. You know, shout out to Seth, shout out to Callie. These folks that have Coma is such a busted commander, in my opinion. I know it costs a lot of mana to get out, at least, but making a coil at each upkeep, and then you can sack those coils to give protection. There's just certain situations in as a commander player, I'm just like, man, you know, like some of this stuff is just so busted that I just eventually don't want to play against it. And it's like, you have people that really bling out those decks. This is another reason why CEDH becomes kind of attractive, right? Or like high power. If everybody's playing, you know, like all their game changers in five bracket decks, then, you know, you can pimp out your deck and rest assured you're going to get to play it. But if you are pub stomping with your baby because your baby's like super good, a lot of people are going to get bored of that, and you're not going to get to play that deck very much. Yeah, like I hate Coma. I hate playing against Coma. It's too good. Yeah, you become archenemy, 100%. But then sometimes it's like you become archenemy, and even with everybody trying to power you down and kill you, they can't. Yeah, food time. I see what you're saying. I think it's the kind of thing where you can dabble in it and be like, okay, we're going to play a game of CEDH. But yeah, it is kind of like very samey. You're winning with like a lot of the same lines. You know, but honestly, more power to these channels that are able to, you know, like, for example, Play to Win. Like, they cover a ton of CEDH content. They're constantly analyzing new sets to see if any CEDH cards come out of them, if any new commanders can be CEDH. And it is a format that has a huge following. There are a ton of people that love it. Ton of people that love it. But yeah, I mean, like, I want to build freaking SpongeBob and just put every Universes Beyond card in it. And I'm not trying to build Joda because SpongeBob is just Joda. I'm not trying to build Joda in such a way where it's busted. I'm just trying to build Joda in such a way where it's like, you're going to see Iron Man, and you're going to see, you know, Negan, and you're going to see, you know, Dalsim from Street Fighter, and you're going to see, you know, Boromir. And it's like, I'm not trying to build the most degenerate version of it. I'm just trying to, you know, meme out. But I've always been a Johnny player. I've always been a Johnny player. It's why I play Mill. It's why I play stupid shit like Toper Orb. I just love winning in weird ways. I've never been a Spike. I've never been somebody like, the closest I came to being a Spike was I had a Grixis. I had a Jund Death Shadow deck, and then I had a Grixis Death Shadow deck when those decks actually mattered, when Grixis Death Shadow and Jund Death Shadow were a thing. I had the 4 Tarmogoyfs, I had Tarfires, I had, you know, the Dark Confidants, I had Death Shadow obviously in that deck. That was when I was like, you know what, I have these cards, I'm gonna build this modern deck. But for the most part, I've always just been a Johnny player. Always. I would rather lose like 70% of my games and have fun than just be playing the most spiky shit that I can and just trying to get dubs. So it's not like it's not fun winning. It's nice to be able to clutch a game, but getting to win in like a weird kind of way has always been attractive to me. Yeah, Arkanau says, my Atraxa was nothing but tribal Garruk. It got nuked from orbit in spite of that. Yeah, there are some commanders where they just see them and they're like, nope, kill it with fire. Kill it with fire. Burn it to the ground. All right, so I'm seeing folks are saying no on Arroyo. They don't want their first spell countered each turn. 50 votes. Thank you for participating in that poll. Thank you, everybody, so much for hanging out today. Thank you for helping us get to 4,000 subscribers, team. This means a lot. I appreciate y'all so much. Food Time says, in a 4-player pod, 1 player will win. That's 25% of players winning. 25% win rate should be the goal for Commander. Yeah, losing 75% of games is normal. Right. That's when the politicking comes in. That's another thing that I like about CEDH as well, is it's a very politic-heavy format. You have people that are sitting there, and you might have somebody flash a removal spell, or you get like what they call, I didn't even know about this, but priority bullying, where if you're in, you know, a good spot in the rotation, if you're first on priority, you might say, no, I can't, I don't have anything for this. That way, the next 2 players, it puts the burden to counter something, or the burden to deal with something, on them. So it's an interesting format from that perspective as well. All right, LED unbanned in September of 2011. Okay. Grizz Daddy. A lot of people have been talking about Grizzlebrand. Let's make a poll out of it. This is just the poll stream, baby. 4 and 4 black for this 8-cost demon. Flying lifelink, pay 7 life, draw 7 cards for the 7/7. Seen a lot of people say yes for Grizzlebrand. High cost demon. Flying lifelink, pay 7 life, draw 7 cards. How we feeling? What are we thinking? Poll stream, that's a different site. Hey. Eddie says, I can't support my claims, but I want to play Grizzlebrand so bad. All right. Sorry, I had an important email come through. I had to check that. Got to play with him for a month. It was fun. Skeeter, what's up? Says Grizzlebrand should be exclusive to the 99. Then he wouldn't be broken. But if he's unbanned, my Innistrad showcase foils will be worth a lot. I imagine so. A lot of this stuff, you know, not financial advice, but I will talk about what I would do in the event of tomorrow's news leading to one of your cards being unbanned. I would sell it into the hype, especially if you have extras. Oftentimes what happens is there will be a lot of hype. It's going to push a bunch of these cards into the stratosphere, and then what will happen is they'll kind of calm down. So unless you have a play group that is very strict about proxies, if you do, get a new play group. First of all, hot take, proxies are fine in Commander. I don't want you to go out and spend, you know, a couple $100 on a card if you just want to try it out in the deck. If it's a card that's, you know, relatively cheap, sure, just go out and buy the card. But if it's a card, for example, like Lion's Eye Diamond, you want to try that card out in your CEDH deck or something like that. First of all, that's a format that's super proxy friendly. But if you aren't sure about Grizzlebrand, it gets unbanned and now it becomes like a $50 card. I would want you to try that out before you go pay $50 for it. But a lot of the time, when this stuff gets unbanned, you're going to have the MTG hive mind shift over to that, and they're going to be like, oh, this. And that's when you're going to get a whole bunch of like FOMO. You're going to get people that are just like, you know, salivating to get these cards. That's a great time to sell them. And then what you do is you just wait for that card to kind of like balance out in price, and then go back and pick it up later. And sure, some of them might just be absolutely, you know, cracked, and then they become staples and they might hold that price. But especially if you have extra copies of the card, it's a really good time to get rid of them. My best example of that is when Tarmogoyf got printed in that Ultimate Masters frame, the borderless version. And I got that before that card was even really available on the market, because it was given out as a consolation to folks who were in the War of the Spark Mythic Edition debacle. And I sold that card for $470 in the hype, and now it's like, I mean, you know what has happened to Tarmogoyf. It's a nothing burger these days. It's probably like a $30 or $40 card, if that, just because it's a special variant. You can find copies of Tarmogoyf that are like $10, I would guess. Jurassic says drop all reserve list cards if unbanned for sure, because they will always be reprinted. Exactly, dude. You mean non-reserve list cards? Grizzle is just good in the command zone, not broken. He is very expensive. You kind of see him coming a mile away, right? It's like if somebody's playing Valgavoth. I was able to get Vendilion Click for $8. How the mighty have fallen. I know, right? Snapcaster Mage, Liliana the Veil, Tarmogoyf, Dark Confidant. There's a whole bunch of cards like that that could be on like a greatest hits album. They're almost like 80s one-hit wonders at this point. Yeah, Bloodthirsty Conqueror. That's another one. All right, so for Grizzlebrand, I'm seeing 74% of you are saying yes. That's a pretty high number of folks saying yes for Grizzlebrand. Let's go ahead and end that poll. Sundering Titan. When Sundering Titan comes into play, choose a land for each basic land type, then destroy those lands. Let's not even do this one. Let's not do Sundering Titan. I'm good to move past that one. Let's talk about Prime Time instead. In 2012, shortly after M11, where we got the Cycle of Titans, the one that we see the most these days, what would it be? Sun Titan? I'd say we see Sun Titan the most. Inferno Titan sometimes. Grave Titan sometimes. Very rarely Frost Titan. And then Primeval Titan, we don't see it because it's the best one and it's been banned for a while. So let's talk about Prime Time. Thoughts on Primeval Titan? Wow, is it really 411? Jeez. Got about 50 minutes left in the stream here. We've had pretty much 100 people or more watching this entire stream. That means so much. I really hope all of you come out tomorrow. We do have a stream planned for tomorrow. Let me get that info for you here. Oh, nice. This video is doing really well. Got 15% click-through rate on a recent video that came out today. Love to see it. 35 subs on this vid. Very nice. All right, live. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and link this stream for you so that you guys can watch this. This is going to be our stream tomorrow. Copy. I want you guys to come out tomorrow. I want everybody here to come out tomorrow because we're going to have a really fun stream. And we are going to stream what is going on. Oh, Paige just posted it as well. But you can see I just posted it. Come out tomorrow. Come watch us stream the Commander unbanning. We're going to do the entire announcement. We're going to do some market watch as well. We're going to look at any cards that get unbanned, and we're going to see what happens with the prices in the moment. Would love to have you here, get some community reactions. Want to hear if cards get unbanned, what are you going to put them in? We're going to talk about all of that tomorrow. Arkanow says, I came out a long time ago. Okay, baby. Oh, yeah. And you know what? That's good. I hope you're living your best life. That is what I am working toward, living my best life. Because that is what we need to do as human beings. Live our best life. Do we think an unbanned card is going to drop in the Secret Lair deck? That was theorized. That was theorized. Halcyon Knight. Please don't take this the wrong way, but did something happen between you and Joel? I haven't seen a vid with you both in a while. Or did you miss something? There is a video on that channel, the old channel, called Jake is Leaving the Channel. That channel is now called Joel Our Magic, and we wish Joel the best. And that is all. We will dig into that. I'll be at work tomorrow, but I'm excited to see what happens. Yes, come out for it. I'll be at work during the announcement, but with you in spirit. Sounds good, Rogue. Appreciate you. I appreciate all of you hanging out on Monday. Sometimes we just need a stream on Monday to help us with Monday. No, it's okay. It's okay. A lot of people have asked. It's a very, yeah, you can go watch that video. It's called Jake is Leaving the Channel. And it's over on Joel Our Magic. So Joel got the channel. One of us got an 85K sub channel. The other one did not. Was that pause? Appreciate you subscribing. All right, so prime time. Let's talk about this one. How do we feel about it? Does prime time need to be unbanned? Whoops. What's our poll at? I'm saying 68% say yes for prime time to be unbanned. Are we kidding? Did we play Magic to see who gets the channel? I won't dig into what happened with Joel and I. We separated amicably. So we need to do a community subathon over MagicCon to get this channel over the other channel's subs. I mean, we just... What I'll do is I'll neglect my health and I'll just constantly stream. Honestly, though, it feels good to be streaming. It feels good to be here. Having the community here, you know, we've hit 4,000 subscribers in the first 2 weeks of this channel being live. I know that we're not going to keep up at that breakneck speed, but having a stream where everybody comes out to hang, it means a lot, you know, and a lot of the people that migrated over from that channel were fans of the work that I did there. And a lot of folks that are here are active subscribers, which means a lot. You know, YouTube does its best to clean out subscribers, but I would have to imagine that some of those 85K are kind of like dormant subs. So, you know, we're working with what we got. Announcement tomorrow is 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. or 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And that announcement is going to be on Twitch at the weekly MTG. But as we've already posted here, I'll post it again. You can come watch our stream tomorrow. We're going to live react to it. So prime time, I'm seeing 68% say yes. I feel like this one is just nutty. It is one of those Arcanal where once it hits, the game becomes about it. Yeah. William, I don't want to pry, but one day will you go into why he got the channel and you didn't, or does it get a little too personal? It's something that we've decided to not talk about. It's just like, we wish him the best. Mitchell, hey Jake, hey chat, happy Monday. Hello, happy Monday to you. Primetime in the Ancient Tomb plus Deserted Temple, Orca Ball Coffers plus Urborg Dark Depths plus Thespian Stage. Oh, I see what you're doing. I see what's going on here. But you know what? 69% said yes, so we're ending it at 69. Rogue Bullhead says, I really missed the live streams during my non-working hours over at the last channel. I appreciate you, Jake, for streaming so I can participate. Yeah, you know, community interaction is something that is really paramount over on this channel. It's something that I've been kind of passionate about, which is why sometimes it takes me a while to keep the content going during these streams, because I want to be able to talk with chat as much as possible. One thing that I really love is when I'm watching somebody's stream and I say something on their stream and they say it and they acknowledge it, that always feels good. So for me, I'm like, yeah, dude, that's nice. If someone says something to me and they acknowledge my channel, or if I say something to somebody and they acknowledge me on their channel, that feels good. I want to do that over here as well. If someone takes the time to type something out to me, I do my best to read it. I know that I'm not going to read everybody's messages. I know that I'm not going to get to all of it, but I hope that if you've hung out here long enough, at least at some point during this stream, you've felt heard. That is the goal. I want you to feel heard over here. All right, so trade secrets. Dude, trade secrets is stupid. There's no way this will get unbanned. 1 and 2 blue. Sorcery. Target opponent draws 2 cards, then you draw up to 4 cards. That opponent may repeat this process as many times as he or she chooses. Dude. Mitchell, the card that I want unbanned the most would be, for me, Mana Crypt. I think Mana Crypt is a fair card. I think it's fine. I think it puts a big old target on you if you get it out early, just like a Soul Ring, but for the most part, it's just fast mana. I would put it in my Imscure deck in a second if they unbanned it. Yeah, exactly. So let's just move past trade secrets just to keep up with things here. In 2014 or in 2013 in April, they unbanned Staff of Domination. They're like, okay, this is chill. This is chill. Then we have Silver and Primordial. 5 and 2 green, reach for 6/8. When it enters the battlefield, for each opponent, destroy target non-creature permanent that player controls. For each permanent destroyed this way, search your library for a forest card and put that card onto the battlefield tap, then shuffle your library. Here we go. Should Sylvan Primordial be unbanned in Commander? Channel secret: if you want Jake to interact with your comment, just ask him about his favorite chicken wings. Well, I live in LA, and in LA you got a lot of really good food, a lot of fantastic food. Pretty much anywhere you go, you could throw a rock and hit a really, really nice restaurant. And because there's such good food here, I like to go to my favorite spot. It's a little niche kind of location. It's a lot of you might not have heard of it. It's called Buffalo Wild Wings. And I like to get their boneless wings there, aka their chicken nuggets. And yeah, if you guys ever come out to LA, I'll take you down to a Buffalo Wild Wings. I'll show you what, you know, real food is. And I'd love to tell more people about this place. It's got this kind of like cool like black and yellow logo. It looks kind of like a buffalo with 2 wings on it. And yeah, just like really good kind of like artisan cuisine. Yeah, it's delicious. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And you know, if you venture outside of LA, I don't know if you're going to be able to find one of those, but yeah, Buffalo Wild Wings, easy best cuisine that you're going to find in the Los Angeles area. I go to it's an area in the valley called Burbank, and that's where I go to get my wings. There's a great little niche Buffalo Wild Wings next to a kind of like a home-owned kind of movie theater called AMC. It's like a mom and pop kind of thing that they got going on. Get really you can go catch a get some hot wings, and then shortly after you just take a short walk down to little privately owned movie theater, AMC, and Yeah, you know, we keep it really trendy out here. So Barcraft, baby. That's right. Oh, I've been to one of those to watch StarCraft once. I'm down. Yeah, dude. I actually, okay, so no trolling. I was actually at like a Barney's Beanery, and they had StarCraft playing on there, dude, and like a Street Fighter tournament. That was sick, dude. That was sick. B-Dub's night in Vegas. Talk dirty to me. Talk dirty to me. I'm gonna have to go get a towel to sit on if we're gonna be doing that. Jake, were you around for Fuddruckers? It is so hard for me not to want to call it the name from Idiocracy. I was, and that place is no longer there. It is no longer there. Next to the Ben & Jerry's. I know what you're talking about. Top 3 sauces. Mango habanero, original buffalo, Thai curry. I also love Asian zing. I love Caribbean jerk. If I don't get mango habanero, I absolutely... God damn it, Retro. Retro called this. Retro absolutely derailed the shit out of me. You see this? We're supposed to be talking about Sylvan Primordial. Retro derailed the shit out of me with this. It's like, let me show you what I can do to that ADHD brain over there. Let me show you. He was not kidding. My God, y'all are wild. You guys are funny. I love spicy garlic as well. That one is so good. It is so good. I am hungry. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Oh my God, I'm so hungry. No, we don't want Sylvan Unbanned. So this was a card that was played in my buddy's Riku deck, and he would always get this out, and then it was Riku of 2 reflections, right? So we'd get this out and then play Deadeye Navigator, and then just blink it a bunch of times and destroy all of our non-creature permanents. So it'd be like, all right, your Soul Ring. There were no signets at the time, so it was like, all right, I kill your Soul Ring, I kill your whatever, your Chromatic Lantern or whatever. And then it would be like, okay, now I'm just going to start destroying all your lands. Yeah, you know, I'll take you off blue mana. I'll take you off red mana. It's like, what a degenerate card. When the card got banned, he stopped playing that deck. He's just like, done. Like, oh, I'm good on that deck. I hate this card. I used to complain about this card. I used to complain about this. Six and 2 green, 9/9. When it enters the battlefield, destroy up to 3 target non-creature permanents. For each permanent put into a graveyard this way, its controller creates a 3/3 green elephant. I used to hate Terastodon. I hated it. It was the worst. This card was awful. I hate Terastodon. To this day, I hate it. Remove. All right, so Primordial. I'm seeing 57% of you want it unbanned in Commander. Gross. Monty MTG, are you and Joel going to collab to cover the bans? It is very, like, Joel and I will stay friendly, but it is very unlikely that Joel and I will ever work together in any capacity again. I would say, like, probably like 99.9% chance that Joel and I never work together in any capacity ever again. But I wish him the best. Okay, then we get all of these conspiracy cards. So in 2014, these came out and were preemptively banned. preemptively banned here. They were like, these conspiracy cards, not good. Not going to work. Techno Trout, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for spending your time here. Then in September of 2014, the reason that these are all highlighted together, Braids, Arayo, and Raphaelos, is because this was when they did away with banned as commander, and it just moved to straight up ban. Boom, done. Yeah, they're like a draft thing. Ooh, William says, guess who just got his Vegas weekend badge? Poppin' my con cherry. That's awesome, William. I hope to see you there. Please come say hello. You will see me at MagicCons, yes. I still plan to go to those, and I'm doing my best to stay, you know, an influencer creator in the space. So hopefully I'm going to be able to do that as well. I am doing my best to stay a creator. I've reached out to previous sponsors. I plan to reach out to a couple more sponsors as well. Lord Jake, Discord, call me later and let's get this trade done. I've been waiting on you. Yeah, you got it. You got it. Got to get that Eugene. We might just need to do value for value if you want to do that. Jake Burgers in Old Town, Pasadena used to have a Street Fighter tournament when the downstairs area was a thing. That's cool. Yeah. I like watching people play gaming at a very high level. It's very fun. Mitchell says, woo, I need you to re-sign my playmat. Well, just come find me. I'll be around. Are we going to get Jake and Joel stuff signed by both of you in Vegas, just not at the same time? Yeah, you absolutely can do that. You absolutely could do that. Yeah. We just won't be doing like meet and greets or any content together or anything like that. So what's the most unlikely unbans at the moment? Probably stuff like Braids, like we've already talked about. Oh, thanks, Mom. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of this, right? Then in 2014, in September, we have Kakusho and Metalworker are unbanned. And Prophet of Crufix is banned. Boom. Dead. Banned. Sometimes Pirate, I would say most likely. No, that's okay. I appreciate it. You just joined and you're just asking questions. You're trying to catch up. Stuff that I think is like most likely. I mean, just based on our polls, people voting for prime time. Let me go back through. Ooh, Gifts Ungiven got a lot of love. Not Tinker, not Caracas, not Recurring Nightmare. You know, like something like Coalition Victory could see an unbanning. None of the Power 9. Maybe Grizzlebrand. Maybe Primetime. So Prophet of Crufix in January of 2016 is the only banning. Then we have a Conspiracy Take the Crown comes out and all these cards are banned just like the previous Conspiracy set. So none of those are worth kind of talking about. Now we're getting closer to catching up. We're getting closer to catching up to the modern day. Yeah, Prophet of Crufix, I remember that in Commander before it got banned, and it was absolutely degenerate. Brody says, eating a Cali burrito. I was freaking starving, headed home from work. I'm starving. I want to eat food. I would prefer to eat food. I would like to do it. I would like to eat some food. I would like to eat some food. So Leovold, everybody remember this old bugger? Each opponent can't draw more than one card each turn. And it's in Sultai. Whenever you or a permanent you control becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, you may draw a card. Okay. Each opponent can't draw more than one card each turn. So people would play this and then they would play a bunch of wheel effects. This card is disgusting. What's up, Kevin? Nice to see you. Welcome. Kevin, join us tomorrow for our stream where we're going to be covering the bans, the announcement. If you want to click that link that I just put there, you can set a notification. Come hang out tomorrow. Leovold is the only Sultai elf. How do we feel about Leovold? Here we go. Should Leovold be unbanned in Commander? Let's start the poll. I want to play Sultai Elves, but I can't. Leovold was really pushed. He didn't have to do that. Mitchell says, I'll be at work, so enjoy for me. Yeah, well, there will be a vlog. You can go back and watch it if you want. Venom says, I am back. How's it going? We've made it to 2017. We are at 2017 at the moment. Not gonna lie, hot chicken is on the mind. Hot chicken on the mind. I'm seeing a healthy amount of people saying no for Leovold. This makes me happy. This means that we have a smart chat. In that same year, in April, Protein Hulk is unbanned. I remember that day. I remember trying to get a Protein Hulk as soon as that unbanning happened, and every single eBay listing I clicked on, it was sold out. Yeah, Venom, we hated hard on Coma for a minute. Hated hard on Coma. I know Coma's your baby, but because you weren't here, I thought it was important to tell you. Draw Denial is what ruins most of these otherwise okay cards. I know, right? Draw Denial. Exactly. Exactly. And then also, oh wow, we're at 2019 after that. We had 2018, no bans. No bans, no unbans in 2018. Yeah, Leovold, I'm seeing people come in. I've got 21 votes on Leovold. Folks, we got to get these votes going again. What's going on with these votes? Everybody chilling out a little too much on the voting. Venom says, I appreciate you. I understand Coma's a menace, but I love him. It's like a mother who loves their son. It's like oh, what was it? Like on like one of those serial killer shows. It's like your kid could be the worst, but your mom will always love him. That's how I would treat Coma. Like a murderer, menace. Destroyer of love and all things good. The love that only a mother could know. Or in this case, a dad. Food Time says, I'm a dirty Atraxa enjoyer, so I get it. Right. Exactly. Exactly. Rogue Bullhead says, play the secret layer, misprint Coma as is. That's fair. There we go. There we go. All right, so I'm saying, should Leovold be unbanned in Commander? 74% are saying no. I agree. I agree. Then we have Iona, Shield of Emeria. This one is kind of weird to me. This one I could see getting unbanned. This one is a little bit weird. And there might be something I'm missing on this. But I feel like Iona is not that cracked. Paradox Engine, we don't even need to talk about. Whenever you cast a spell, untap all non-land permanents you control. This is dumb. This is dumb. This does not need to be unbanned. This card is dumb. It is dumb. We don't need to talk about Paradox Engine. But we can talk about Iona. What do you think, chat? Should Iona be banned? Or unbanned? I'm seeing no. Seeing if you play monocolor decks, you're just done. They do it just to lessen the blow to other problems. I mean, it does cost 9 for a flying 7/7. When it enters, choose a color. Your opponents can't cast spells of the chosen color. Daniel says, I feel like Primetime would be okay if we didn't have Field of the Dead. Yeah, probably. Probably. Field of the Dead is really good. But as Food Time already mentioned, there's a lot of like really easy stuff like Dark Depths, Thespian Stage, you know, Cabal Coffers, Urborg, like that kind of stuff. Yeah, you can just reanimate it. Yes, Mom. Mom says, I'm here to support my son. Just know that being evil and rotten creates bad karma in your future. My mom is all into vibes. If you haven't noticed, my mom is into vibes. I love you, Mom. Thank you for hanging out. Arkanow says, no one ever pays 9 for Iona. We all know that. Yeah, that's true. Ban deserved. Monty says, Mom is intense. Mom can be intense sometimes, yes. Moms get intense. Arkanow says, whenever I see a mana cost on a creature, I'm like, wow, I can't wait to not play that. Yeah, it is a pretty stacked mana cost, but chat does have some really good points. We're reanimating it. We're animate deading it. Unban it so I can clone it. All right, so 50-50 on Iona after 28 votes. I appreciate all of you hanging out today. Still have a few cards left to get through here. Let's go ahead. We're not going to talk about Paradox Engine. In 2019 of July, Painter's Servant is unbanned. And then we have Flash and Lutri. I know that all of you remember when Lutri came out in 2020. That was Ikoria. It was immediately banned. Immediately banned. Because people were saying it's essentially like having a fork in the command zone. And everyone was like, huh, that's good. And then Flash. Choose a creature card from your hand and put that creature into play as though it were just played. Pay that creature's casting cost reduced by up to 2 if you cannot bury that creature. So people would play Flash Protein Hulk. And what they would do is they would just let Protein Hulk die. When it's put into a graveyard from play, search your library for any number of creature cards with total converted mana cost 6 or less and put them into play. Then shuffle your library. So they would just play Flash Hulk, and it was super degenerate, and so Flash bit it. I feel like because Protein Hulk is unbanned, Flash will probably stay banned. I don't know. Let's see what chat has to say about it. Oh no. Am I out of polls? Have I used too many polls? Do you have to close the polls? Oh no, we don't. Okay, good. Should the card Flash be unbanned in Commander? 1 and a blue, instant. Choose a creature card from your hand and put that creature into play as though it were just played. Pay that creature's casting cost reduced by up to 2 if you cannot bury that creature. Yeah, Arcanau says you can have Flash or Hulk, not both. I feel like that's the standard that's been set here. Yeah, I think so. Count says, gotta go eat my wings. See you tomorrow. I'm so jealous of you. I will see you tomorrow. Come hang out. I know that the old channel will probably be streaming as well. So when that wraps up, come hang out with me if you're over there. Venom says, if I could do Flash Hulk into a consecrated Sphinx, that would be so fun. It should stay banned though. Right? It's massive. I'm seeing 55% say no. We're so close. We're so close, chat, to making it through the full history of Commander bans. Minus all of the nitty-gritty details that explain why each card was banned along the way. That would have taken a lot more time. Everybody, if you are enjoying the stream, click like and subscribe. We are currently at 4020 subs. Very sweet. I want to show you this really quick before we continue on. Just for everybody here. We have had a good bit of patrons join today. Let me check how many active members we have, because I want to let people know one more time about this token that we have. Okay, so we currently have 51 paid members on Patreon. Thank you so much. Those members are each going to get this token, which was designed by Blight Widow. This is an old token. It did not arrive in time for MagicCon Chicago. It is a Jake and Joel token. You can see this is retired. This channel is no more. It has turned into Joel Our Magic. And these tokens arrived super late. I didn't know what to do with them, so what I decided to do is take 100 of them and make them available to the first 100 patrons that sign up at any level. If you're interested in supporting the channel, this isn't the only thing that you get at each of those levels. There are perks that go along with those. You can find all of that in the description of the video if you want to learn more about the Patreon, if you want to learn more about the Discord. We have a whole link tree and all that stuff. But there will be 49 more of these that go out, pending everybody that's already joined claims theirs. But yeah, these are only going to be available to the first 100 patrons. It is a foil token, exclusive art. It's got a resurrection orb on it. It has the resurrection orb, shadow spear, a mox. It has Thran Dynamo, jeweled lotus. This is done by Blight Widow. She does really, really good art, and she designed this for us. And yeah, I thought it would be cool to just kind of give something away that's like a final relic of that old channel now that Joel and I have split and we have parted ways and we're doing our own thing. Just wanted to let people know about that. If you're interested in supporting the channel on a deeper level, that is one way to do it. We also have the Discord, which is free. And yeah, just wanted to let you know. I am doing frequent Patreon updates, and I plan on developing that. We're trying to figure out, you know, what the next tier will be and where things go from there. All right. So what did we end up saying? We ended up saying, dude, Blight Widow does amazing work. She does amazing work. Everybody said no for Flash. All right, let's keep it going. 37 votes on Flash. 41% said yes, it should be unbanned. 59% said no. Let's end the poll. Lutri came out and was immediately hit. Hull Breacher. Man, Hull Breacher is kind of busted. Let's see what people think of Hull Breacher. Kevin D says, I cannot wait for this token. Yeah, it's a very sweet token. And I'm happy to sign them for folks. If anybody wants any of them signed, I'm happy to do that. But if you want it just to come as is, that is also an option. Hull Breacher, 2 and a blue for a Flash 3/2 Merfolk Pirate. If an opponent would draw a card except the first one they draw in each of their draw steps, instead you create a treasure token. Oh man. Brad, it was only done in black and white, and then there is a black and white version, but the version that's going to go to patrons is this foily version. But the black and white version looks really good as well. That will probably be given out at the convention, but this foily one will be exclusive to patrons. And then there's some other foil ones as well that might be used in giveaways or some other promotional thing. But once they're gone, they're gone. Arkanow says, I stand by what I said. The draw denial is what makes these kind of cards backbreaking. I agree with you. I agree with you. There's nothing worse than like I'm casting my big draw spell that's like tapping out all my mana, and then someone flashes in a Hull Breacher and they just take my shit and turn it into treasure. And I'm like, okay. Got it. Hull Breacher and Hullbreaker Horror go together like peanut butter and bananas. Dude, I hate Notion Thief too. Hull Breacher should be level 4 and 5 only. Yeah, I imagine if it did get unbanned, it would be a game changer for sure. Eddie says, I absolutely intend to do unfair things with Hull Breacher. Brad, okay, that orb and lotus with a little color, oh my god, Blight, doesn't matter. The art is amazing. I will say that always. Yeah, she does really, really good art. I actually have the token up there on the wall. I don't know if you can see it. Let's see if you can see it. If I go like this. Back there, right next to the Mana Vault. That's the token framed. I don't know how well you can see it, but did get it framed up there. At least with Notion Thief, you can draw a way to end the game. That's true. All right, so what are thoughts on Hull Breacher? Probably the same as what I'm feeling. Ooh, this is actually pretty close. Should Hull Breacher be unbanned in Commander? I'm seeing 48% are saying yes. 52% are saying no. Oh, man. Joe Nichols, 4 minutes ago, just pledged for $5 on Patreon. I appreciate you. We will make sure that you get one of those tokens. Everybody, if you are a patron, I'm going to take this opportunity because I know a bunch of you are. Please make sure to go on Patreon and make sure that your address is updated and is the correct address. When I do fulfillment, I want to make sure that I can get your stuff in a timely manner. I can't do that if your address is not correct. So if you haven't updated your address, please do so. Venom says, Hull Breacher is just one of those feels bad cards. If you don't have removal for it, it just either ends the game, it makes it last forever, if the player that played it has no way to end the game. Yeah, it is kind of like one of those things. It's almost like, no, I see what you're saying. I was going to compare it to Bowmasters, but I don't think, I mean, because they both have flash, that's like the only thing. But you get a lot of value off of it. Yeah, it's a fun little transition, right? It's just an aura that doesn't go away. Iona should at least say while it's on the battlefield. Hull Breacher, pretty 29 votes here. It's pretty split. 48% are saying yes, 52% are saying no. Now it's a 50-50 split. 50% saying yes, 50% no on Hull Breacher being banned in Commander. Should it be unbanned? Venom says, at least if Bowmasters is out, I can dig for answers. I might lose my board, but I can dig. Yeah, true. Yeah, play more removal. I think people cutting some redundancy pieces from their deck to just add in spot removal. Spot removal is good in Commander. It doesn't have to be a board wipe. It doesn't have to nuke the entire game, but having, you know, in addition to your path and your swords, a go for the throat. Or if you're in white, a generous gift. There's a lot of different ways, a lot of different removal that exists. Sure, it's not all super mana efficient, all one white perfect, but having a 2 or a 3 cost removal that has really good coverage is never going to be something that you hate having. You know, destroy target permanent is very good. You know, exile target permanent for 3 mana. It's good. Arcanau says, I agree with dying to removal, but if you're being denied a resource entirely, it kind of defeats the point. Yeah, exactly. Stops you from accessing removal draw phase only. Yeah. It's pretty gross. It is pretty gross. All right, so I'm seeing 53% are saying yes for Hull Breacher being unbanned. I don't know if I agree, but that's where the poll is ending up. Then we have Golos. Golos, September of 2021, is banned. And on the very same day, Worldfire is unbanned. Then we have 2 more cards with Conspiracy that came out in 2024 that we're not going to talk about. And then we'll talk about the most recent bans. The stuff down here is anti-stuff and conspiracy stuff, so we're not even going to dig into these cards. This is all stuff that's just like, it just doesn't work, or it's like very dated. Oh god, could you imagine if it had split second? All right, folks, what are our thoughts on Golos Tireless Pilgrim? When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a land card, put that card on the battlefield tapped, and shuffle your library. And then for 2 in Wooburg, exile the top 3 cards of your library. You may play them this turn without paying their mana costs. I feel like this is just too cracked. Excuse me. Should Golos be unbanned as a commander? Or in commander, excuse me, not as a commander. Should Golos be unbanned in commander? I want to know your thoughts. We're almost at the end. I agree with why they banned Golos. It invited same-seas play. It should stay banned. Arkanow says, Jake, I'm free all day tonight. Reach out to me after you eat at your leisure. You know my name on Discord. Huzzah. I will do so. Are you good with just doing like value for value? You just pick out some stuff? I can look and see if I have some fetches. I might have one or two. Might be able to find something that I can trade. Do you have any specific fetches that you want more than any others? Bring back the split so Golos can be in the 99. Like I said, I got a good idea of how to work this out. Okay, cool. My poor Gates deck. Oh, nar. Yeah, we'll talk it over. Sounds good. Jake, you ever interested in doing drip streams? If I could figure out something that works for me on that, maybe. But that was something on the previous channel that was something that we did that I didn't really think was necessary at the time because of all the sponsors. But now that this channel is currently unsponsored, drip might be a good avenue to make some extra money. I would need to come up with some good ways to make something fair that makes a lot of sense. Golos, another one that's pretty close here. I misread that as strip streams. Wings aren't the only thing getting spicy today. Oh, God. All right, I'm seeing 54% are saying no on Golos. Yeah, the way I feel about it is it's just like... It's like, sure, it's an artifact, so it's kind of squishy. It dies. You may search your library for a land card. It's just like so generically easy to get to and then correct your mana. It's got the fixing. It's got a massive ability. Exile the top 3 cards of your library. You may play them this turn without paying their mana cost. I mean, it's like massive. It's just a massive card. It's extremely good. It's extremely good. Yeah, tar pits. That's a good spot. Travis says they should just unban almost everything and make a CDH list or a banned for tournaments list. I get the rule 0 exists, but it's still weird at a random group of people can tell me what I shouldn't play. Well, that's what it really comes down to is your pods. Rule 0 is almost just for when you're trying to get like pickup games with people at the LGS or at a convention, just like randoms that you're playing with. Skeeter says, I just want Golos in my 99 for my Iron Man deck. Perfect dude to tutor for. All right. Ending Golos, 53% are saying no. All right. And now we are at 2024. So we're not going to cover anti. We're not going to cover conspiracy. So we've already talked a pretty good bit about these cards. Dockside, Extortionist, Jeweled Lotus, Mana Crypt, Nadu. Let's not worry about Nadu because we know that Nadu just leads to uninteractive games and it's just kind of a broken card. They said that it was broken and they messed it up. So Mana Crypt, Jeweled Lotus, Dockside, Extortionist. Get your votes in. I want to hear what you think. Because we already did a poll earlier. Of the three, which one do you think should be unbanned? And an overwhelming majority said Jeweled Lotus. Dockside Extortionist came in last place with like 11% of people saying that, you know, they expect this one to be unbanned. Let's do a poll here. Should Dockside Extortionist be unbanned in Commander? Let your voice be heard. Here we go. I'll be right back. All right. We are past 5 o'clock. We are into bonus time. Wow, look at all these folks on Dockside. This is way closer than I expected this to be. I'm seeing 53% are saying no on Dockside to 47% that are saying yes. I mean, that's pretty wild to me, man. I'm not going to lie. That is pretty wild to me. That does make me think that, you know, making it a game changer, putting it into just competitive formats, could be the answer. Because here's the thing. Dockside doesn't really make like anything that much more. I mean, it doesn't do anything anywhere else. It's a commander card. It doesn't live anywhere else. Do they play Dockside in Vintage? don't think they do. Now I'm seeing a 50-50 split on dockside. I think unbanning most banned cards and leaning into the game changer bracket thing could work. Just my 2 cents. Yeah, just like make everything on this list game changers. That could be an option. Just make all of it game changers. It looks like dockside is pretty split. Okay. Okay, so if dockside's pretty split, what I want to do now is we got 2 more polls. Should Jeweled Lotus be unbanned in Commander? I don't know why I capitalized unbanned. Get your voice in. I want to hear what you have to say. Jurassic says, I feel personally dockside was a card to help the last player in turn order catch up to the rest of the table. At least in CDH. The percentage of people who go first or second usually win the game in CDH. Right. Right. That was one thing I asked when I was playing CDH. I was like, how important is it to go first? And they were like, insanely important. Like winning the role a lot of the time is one of the deciding factors. I feel personally dockside. Yeah. Oh, I just read that. Man, my brain is tired. I have a tired brain. Wow, look at everybody voting on Jeweled Lotus. Holy shit, should Jeweled Lotus be unbanned in Commander? I mean, it was a card that was designed for Commander. Seeing 91% are saying yes. It was made for the format. Jeweled Lotus can't be played anywhere else. It does nothing there. All right, so this one, it's not even close. This one is a lot more people voting on it. Get your vote in there on it. We got one more poll after this. I was not expecting this segment to go 3 hours, 3.5 hours, but you know what? We ended up talking through a lot of stuff. We hung out with a lot of people. We hung out all day. We talked all day. We hit 4,000 subscribers, 26 subscribers ago. We had a lot of new folks join the Patreon. Thank you so much to everybody for that as well. Travis says, I ordered a copy of Primetime yesterday. Hopefully it's unbanned. It's strong, but not too OP with the given new cards. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I feel that. The real question, which of the new sets features J-Lo? You got your foil for 60. Nice. Foil Jeweled Lotus for 60. There you go. There you go. All right, so overwhelming majority is saying yes on Jeweled Lotus. Let's do Mana Crypt. Jeweled Lotus came in at 88% yes. And now let's do one more. Here we go. Should Mana Crypt be unbanned in Commander? Let's start that poll. And while we do, Mana Crypt, in case you don't know, 0 cost artifact. During your upkeep, flip a coin. Opponent calls heads or tails when coin is in the air. If flip ends up in opponent's favor, Mana Crypt deals 3 damage to you. And then it's a 0 cost, add 2 colorless mana to your mana pool. Play this ability as an interrupt. Very strong card. Very strong. I have store credit for Mana Crypt special guest. I'm so tempted to get it now, especially if it gets unbanned tomorrow. Well, you should be getting it now before it gets unbanned. You don't want to go in there and then it's like 1.5 or 2x the price you saw it for today. I have so many vids and thumbnails and all sorts of stuff that I have here. I don't even know. Do I still have my mill deck? My decks. Historic mill. Oh wow. I still have this deck. Oh man. All right, so wow. Okay, so should Mana Crypt be unbanned in Commander? I'm seeing 84% of people say yes, and I am in that with you. I love that. On that note, because everybody is saying the right thing, we're gonna end this poll and we're gonna play some mill. I'm gonna do a couple rounds of mill really quick before we wrap things up. I'm with you on Mana Crypt. I think Mana Crypt is very chill. Just like my mill deck. My mill is chill. There it is. Just 1 second. All right, here we go. Let's see. I don't even play this format anymore. I don't even know how it's gonna do, but we're gonna try it. Play.
Doing some exploring?
Historic.
While other formats focus on new cards, Historic is all about, well, history. You can always play your old cards here.
All right, Historic Mill 2024. Let's see if we can do it. Let's see if we can get there. Rogue Bullhead says good night. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you for hanging out. Made it through the main segment. Now we're just going to do a couple rounds of mill, see if we can mill. I don't even know what this format consists of anymore, but I know what I want to do, and I want to play crabs. Want to play some crabbies. All right, so Archive Trap. We got Surgical. We got Scheming Symmetry so that we can force them to search. All right, yeah, let's see what they're playing. This looks pretty good. All right, Swamp. Scheming Symmetry. All right, so I think I want a crab. No, I need an island. I need an island. Wait, why did it put this rivulet? What the what happened? There was supposed to be a freaking... Oh, okay, okay, we're good. What do I do? Like take them off a land? Surgical metamorph. Yeah, let's take this commercial district. It might be the wrong move, but we're gonna do it. Okay. God, they run one of that land. Are you kidding me? Gross. I should not have picked that. Oh, they have 66 cards in their deck? What is with... Why do people have no idea how to freaking build decks? Like, why am I playing against somebody who's just like built some like weird 80 card thing? Like their deck is fucking 65 plus 12, 77, 78. It's an 84 card deck. Like, why? Why are they doing that? Freaking kill you with this shit. Ugh. Ugh. The Lich of Twitch, what's up? We just got done doing a long stream going over the commander ban list history, and now we're just playing a little bit of mill. A little bit of mill at the end. Oh, great. Okay. Got it. Got it. It's just some degenerate that builds something stupid. Noted. 84 card deck. They're like, yeah, dude, this is the key to historic. You play 84 cards. You always run Guy's Blessing, dude. Always run it. I know. This hand is awful. Oh, wow. Another person running over 60 cards. What is going on? So has just like deck building just gone out the window? People don't do that anymore? Like people just don't know how many cards go in a deck. Interesting. That's wild, man. Whenever you gain life, put a 1/1 counter on this creature as long as this creature is... Blah, 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 blah. I think we lose. Well, maybe not. 3, 6, 7. We have 2 turns. Tasha's is really good. I mean, Tasha's is going to hit that really hard. Tasha's might actually get us there. Why did they get all of these Voice of the Blessed? Unreal, dude. Black mana. Oh my god. Ask and ye shall receive, yes? Oh, indestructible. Well, we lose. GG. Ugh. Nothing like getting some L's right at the end of the day. Losses fuel me. They fuel me. I need to probably look through and see. Joseph Twyman with the $10 on Patreon. Appreciate you very much. Scheming Symmetry. I go first. Have 2 scheming, 1 archive trap. This looks pretty mid. This is equally not good. I hate Promising Vein. Why am I running this? All right, let's see what they're running. All right, some black-white pile. Okay. I see Fabled Passage. I see some fetch lands. I just need them to fetch. It looks like they're not going to do it. Scheming Symmetry. This is historic. I do love to end on a loss. I do love to end on a loss. All right, come on, opponent. There's not a lot to think about here, buddy. I am milling you, that is it. There we go. Let's keep the train moving. I need a Scheming Symmetry so I could pop these 2 archive traps. Nope, not gonna happen. Well, we don't care about that. It doesn't matter. Jesus. I'm just gonna lose to this. I need a scheming symmetry on this next draw or I lose. What's up, Meaningful Vitality? Nice to see ya. All right, scheming symmetry or I'm absolutely dead. Scheming symmetry or bust. Boo. I'm taking out that promising vein. That card is freaking driving me crazy, man. Nice to see you, King Honey. What even is this? Ugh. Did they... Oh, because the fetch lands are banned in historic. Okay. All right. Hold on. Okay, so Timeless is better because Timeless has fetches. Okay, yeah, let's do this. Coaches, it does. It does. We're going to see if the Timeless one is better. Brody says, whoa, 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 coaches. It's okay. All right, let's just see what this format's all about here. Ah, it's about people playing 72 card decks, I see. There's one thing I know about this format, that people are here to play 72 card decks. Cool. I like that I'm just going to keep drawing this junk here. Jake, what boxes could potentially have a foil jeweled lotus? I want to buy a box and pull it on foil quest. Jake! These games are the perfect seasoning to balance the amazing sweet feeling of getting 4K subs today. I know, right? We're keeping it chill. I want to do a foil quest for the jeweled lotus. Did you ever finish watching White Lotus? It's phenomenal. Read me, she says. Yeah, Commander Masters has it, and then Original Commander Legends has it as well. All right, so we're gonna go. Well, and they're gonna sack a food. It keeps cutting out. Really? Like the stream itself, or? Yeah, maybe my internet is having issues. Has it just started happening, or was it happening all stream? YouTube might be updating privileges right now. Did it just start happening, or was it happening the whole time? Okay, drown in the lock. I don't think we get there, chat. Since I don't know what's going on, so we're gonna end up we're gonna go ahead and end the stream here. I don't know what this is, but I hope to see everybody tomorrow. I don't know if you can even hear me. Weird.